if you were an early adopter of the Wii U and you were bored, why, I can't imagine. You must have been in a coma or something, which would be the worst thing to deal with during prime Wii U hours.
Oh man, I told him he shouldn't get stabbed.
Yeah, the thought of being bored by the Wii U is as preposterous as anyone, especially me, being in a coma. How could I be in a coma? How could you be bored? Now, alongside your Wii U, you could pick up a few accessories, like the Wii U Pro Controller for 50 bones. Yeah, $50 to use this, or more appropriately, sit in the same room with. Because why can't I use this with Batman Arkham City, or New Super Mario Bros. U, or Epic Mickey 2? It supports the Classic Controller Pro from the Wii of all things, but no Pro Controller, which baffles me. This was just as expensive as any other standard controller at the time, yet wasn't supported like one. Sure, it was more common for games to use it than the classic controllers on the Wii, but I still feel that Nintendo viewed this more so as a niche side thing to offer rather than a legitimate alternative to the Wii U gamepad. But over time, it's obvious they started to embrace it a lot more, with Mario U getting an update to enable support a few months later, which is really great because many love this thing. Much like how many love elder abuse. The Wii U Pro Controller is like bestiality. I don't like it. Alright, I wouldn't go that far. This guy has all the makings of an excellent controller. A great D-pad and buttons, good sticks, a comfortable shape that fits well in the hands, an 80-hour battery life, a surprise visit at work. Wait! 80 hours on a single charge? I'm not even sure you can physically use a Wii U for 80 hours. And hey, it uses a mini USB cable to charge, which automatically puts this leagues above the Wii U gamepad's proprietary AC adapter. Everything about this seems to be a winner. What's your definition of winning, by the way? It better be this. They put the damn thumbsticks on the top and the buttons on the bottom! Oh, so this follows the format of the gamepad, with the sticks both on the top, which, in my opinion, works for that due to the size and shape of the thing. But here, it just feels awkward to me. I don't know, it's a good controller, but this one element just rubs me the wrong way. Plus, there's no motion control baked in here, no camera, microphone, really any of the fancy doodads in the gamepad, which is nice to have some peace and quiet for once, but makes it harder for certain games to support it. Still, a nearly essential purchase for the Wii U owner, alongside standard Wii remotes. Yeah, a lot of Wii U games sort of expect you to have these, and you can simply use your old ones on the new system, no problem, though Nintendo did re-release them in new Wii U flavored packaging. Only major difference with these Wii remotes is the sync button has a cutout on the battery cover, and you can press it with this tab on the wrist strap. It's about damn time they didn't force me to take the cover off to sync my Wii remotes. I've had so many problems arise after doing that. Of course, Wii U games like Nintendo Land require Wii remotes for multiplayer, though you also may want them to use Wii mode. So buying a Wii U, I can still play Wii games, huh? Well, how does that work? It's just a Wii. You have to click on Wii mode, the Wii U basically resets, boots up again as a Wii with limited options. We don't have things like the photo, news, or forecast channels. Basically, just the necessities here. The Wii Shop channel still worked, which meant you could play old school virtual console games on Wii U at launch. They were just in Wii mode. You couldn't use your fancy new controllers to play anything here. You can't really do anything you couldn't do on a normal Wii. When they said the Wii U would be backwards compatible, I wasn't imagining this. It's like running Windows on a Mac. It's inelegant, but it's functional. It gets the job done. Plus, it gives us a Wii with HDMI. It doesn't really do anything to the games outside of a clear image, but it's still really convenient and my preferred way to play these things. You can transfer the contents of your Wii to Wii U via these migration applications, showing Pikmin carrying all your data. See, that's the Nintendo I love, putting all the effort where it doesn't count. I may be bleeding out, but they put the Nintendo logo on the HDMI cable. The Wii U, as a package, felt underbaked. There was fun to be had, but it lacked cohesion. The console featured a bunch of ideas, but none of them really working together, and many of them lacking substance, depth, polish, intuition, direction. It had promise for sure, but it was buried underneath the clunkiness of an obviously rushed and poorly thought out product. The Wii U was obviously not lighting the world on fire like the original Wii did. though that doesn't mean it wasn't selling. By the end of 2012, the system had sold a little over 3 million units, which wasn't too bad. A decent start, all things considered, meaning as we entered 2013, the Wii U was positioned to maintain its steady sales. But before we take a look at how many units the Wii U sold in January of 2013 in the US, I want to take a peek at sales of mucus and see how that's going. Wow, only 57,000 units in the month of January? That is rough for mucus. Oh, I'm sorry, mucus. After the launch buzz of the system died down, Wii U sales fell off a cliff. The lack of substantial content surrounding this thing definitely didn't help. A Nintendo TV arrived in December of 2012 and just wasn't this Christ figure Nintendo was hyping it up to be. It was fine, but as cool as some of these features are, you kinda had to go out of your way to use them due to how slow the Wii U was. You had to make an active effort to turn on the Wii U, boot up Nintendo TV, wait for everything to load up, all to select watching The Office in a slightly more novel way. A lot of these features were
Hey
neat,
Scott,
but they
Scott
weren't
here.
worth
I'm
the
recording
hassle
this for
compared
you
to
to
just
open at a later
using a
date.
normal
I
remote.
wanted to show you a
TV was
glimpse
ahead
of what
its
you looked and
time.
acted
You
like
know
in the
how clunky,
past.
sluggish, and
Like
half-baked the Wii U was. It just wasn't compelling to keep
Oh
using.
man, I
It's
got
obvious
a
the
lot
service
to say
did
on this
not
topic.
pan
I
out how
have legal advice
Nintendo
to
wanted
stop
it
there.
to
We were
early
all
on.
kids at one
And
point, and our
Netflix wasn't a part
experiences
of it
as such
until
helped shape
March
who we are today,
2013.
for better or for
TiVo
worse.
and DVR
There's a
support were
reason the
promised,
kids who
but
grew up with
never
video
came.
games are still
And
playing
Europe
them now, and the
just
kids who
flat
grew up
out
with
never
WB
got
Kids
Nintendo
are
TV.
in jail
Had
now.
some solid
So maybe if
ideas
I
and
try to
worked for the most
catalog
part.
all of my
It
video
just
game
wasn't
experiences throughout my
life-changing like
childhood,
Nintendo
I
thought
can
it
finally
was,
figure out
because,
how
well,
I ended
aim
up
to
here.
declutter and simplify watching TV.
That would be
Kinda
helpful.
did the opposite.
This
Everybody
was
watches
me as a
TV
kid.
like this.
White.
Nobody watches
No
it
dark
like
hair or
this.
glasses,
So,
though.
yeah,
I
contrary to
wasn't
what
a Nintendo
Nintendo
fan yet.
thought,
And
this
when
did
you're
nothing
that
to spike
young,
interest
you
in the
didn't
console.
necessarily
Neither did the
ask
games
for
that
most of
released
the
after
things you
launch.
have.
Don't
Your
mind
parents
the
just get
second
you
worst
things
game
they
of all
think you
time,
might
according
like
to
until
Metacritic,
you
releasing
form
on
your own
December
interests
4th,
and tastes.
2012 as
So
a
the
Wii
first
U
few games I
exclusive
owned and
party
played
30
happened
great
to
games
be anything
opted
my
for
mom thought,
arcade.
oh, he's gonna love
But
this.
that didn't help things.
I was raised in a very particular way. This old Windows 98 gateway computer was my first foray into the video game sphere, with most of the titles my parents owned for being of the board game and game show variety. To be fair, I'm not sure how many of these were bought specifically for me. I think a lot of the board game titles we had were also popular inclusions in cereal boxes as bonuses, so I assume that's how we got them. Ultimate Yahtzee, Sorry, The Game of Life, all games I remember distinctly seeing as I flipped through our PC game disc finder to play titles I cared about significantly more. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Second edition. Now this was my PC game that wasn't my PC game. This was most certainly one my parents bought for themselves. It doesn't have a clean sweep on the age rating, but this was always a favorite of mine. I had a soft spot for how well this replicated the actual game show. The visuals and sounds genuinely made me feel like I was on the television program. Did I know the answers to any of the questions? Surprisingly, one. But it didn't matter. Trivia games were always exciting for me to play. I think because I was an only child, I appreciated them since these were experiences I could have with my parents. They understood the concept of a question. So what's keeping them from other games? We also had Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Sports Edition, which I pop in from time to time for variety.
Zelda game, a new
This wasn't mine
by
in
the
the
makers of
family.
Kirby's
I mean, yeah,
Epic
you could
Yarn,
probably
Shin
assume
Megami
that.
Tensei
Why
Cross
should I
Fire
clarify?
Emblem, a new Wii Party, an HD
Wasn't me.
remaster
But a
of
game that
Wind Waker,
was
a new
all
project
mine
by
was
Xenoblade developer
one
Monolith Soft,
Disney
and
Magic
all
Artist
kinds of updates on
Studio.
games like
This was a
Bayonetta
paint
2,
program
The
with
Wonderful
loads of
101,
3D
the
effects
announcement
to
of virtual
sprinkle
console
amongst
games
your
coming to
images,
Wii
and I
U, system
abused
updates
the
to cut back
hell
on the
out
loading
of
times.
It's one of those
This is like
applications that you
everything
can
a
just
Wii
dick
U owner
around
ever
with, and the animations and
wanted.
sound effects were
Words!
entertaining
A
enough to
huge
keep
chunk
you
of these
engaged.
announcements were
It didn't
merely
have to
saying
be
this
making
was gonna
anything in
happen.
particular.
No
It was
gameplay,
just fun.
screenshots, working
feel that
titles,
programs like this
anything
don't
to
get
go
the
off of
credit they
other than
deserve.
Mario.
Many people who
To be fair,
critically look at them
at the
go,
time,
this is so
this is
limited.
all we
Or
really needed.
why not just use
Assurance.
Photoshop?
Just
Man, this
knowing
car
these
sucks.
big games were
Buy
coming.
an Audi.
Even if it
This
was
type
to
of
be
software can
expected,
really
it was
help
nice.
kids
So
express
it
themselves
does make
creatively
this
in
direct
simple and
really
entertaining
underwhelming to
ways, or
rewatch.
get them to
I mean,
realize
you
they have
truly
passion and
had
art.
to be there.
It's also
A
a
new
great
3D
stepping
Mario
stone
was
on the road to
exactly
Photoshop
what the
because
Wii U needed to
show
showcase
caveman
this
this.
thing's
Will they know where the
capabilities.
crop
I mean,
button
that's what
is?
Mario
To be fair,
64
starting
did,
with
and what
Magic Artist
Mario 3D
Studios
Land
didn't make
just
it more
did on the
confusing.
3DS a few years prior.
Where's the
Mario
worm
Kart was a
tool?
I
surefire
used this
good time.
thing
The
all
Wind
the
Waker in
time,
HD
whether it was to
looked
actually make something
gorgeous.
or
Even
actually
if
make
all
something.
we saw
But
were
when
a
it
few
comes to
screenshots,
actual
that
video
was
games
all
I
we
owned,
needed to not
these
only sell
weren't
us on the game
living
itself,
book
but the
style.
prospect
Popular in
of
the
HD
90s, they were
remakes
point point-and-click adaptations of children's stories. I had Arthur's Reading Race and Arthur's Birthday, and this weird blotch on my neck that never went away. Guess which one stuck with me the most? Don't get me wrong, I do have positive memories of these games, but man, I had to dig for them. These are games of mine I played a fair amount, but forgot about for the longest time. And then, all of a sudden, you see a screenshot online that looks familiar, then immediately look up a YouTube video to confirm your suspicions.
I can play that!
I definitely have nostalgia for these titles, and replaying them will invoke a sense of... But I'd be lying coming up with any legitimate memories or genuine thoughts then and now. These are games I played as a kid, and that's where it ends. And you know what? Might as well throw Tonka Search and Rescue in that pile. Listen, man, I feel bad because looking at these games, this rush of childhood memories are coming back. But they're only coming back in the form of the words remember, I, and that. I have a ton of fondness looking back at these, but there are other games I just had a stronger connection to. Which brings us to my very first video game console. I think many kids of the late 90s and early 2000s were the same boat as me and were leaned on PC games before graduating to ruining Dad's Sunday. I viewed PC games more as once in a while why not. It's probably due to having to ask my mom whenever I wanted to play on the computer. Hey, this was still during the era of the dial-up modem. It was in a good place using the internet. You can't use the phone, so because of that, it's understandable why I was only allowed to use the computer during specific times. That and child endangerment. So that fateful day, when I was being babysat by my cousins, and one of them pulled out their old Sega Genesis and gave it to me. That's when video games went from a toy I'd play with every now and then to a weekly situation. I still wasn't playing them religiously, but getting that old hand-me-down Genesis made things a whole lot more legitimate. I was no longer just playing games on the computer when I was bored for 30 minutes every couple of weeks. I owned a video game console now. Things are changing fast. If there was going to be a rapture, well, you know, I wasn't going to be a part of it. My cousin included one game with his old system, that being Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, what the hell else would it be? Oh, you're throwing the crust in too? I remember playing the hell out of the first Sonic the Hedgehog level. The first level. I mean, Green Hill Zone. When we get to the second Marble Zone... Couldn't beat it. Now, you may be asking how I couldn't have possibly figured Marble Zone out.
Yes, I too wonder why 5-year-olds suck at things.
I tried and tried and tried and just could never get anywhere far in the stage. Some things just since then, I have beaten Sonic 1 a couple of times, and I can see 5-year-old me, who only played Green Hill Zone over and over, wasn't missing out on much. That's where the game peaks, so I think I got what I wanted out of that experience at that age, and what an experience it was. This was a great first game. It's so bold and colorful with this giant world to explore featuring power-ups and secrets, different pathways to take, a dead simple control scheme of just run and jump. It was something any kid could handle, while also having so much more depth than I was used to with video games. Collecting 50 rings, making your way to the end of the stage and seeing that massive rotating ring, it was incredible. Then you tried jumping in and you're brought to my first encounter with epilepsy. The year of Luigi. Everyone remembers their first. This was so awesome. I may not have gotten far in it as a kid, but sometimes that doesn't matter. What really matters is what you personally got out of something.
Well, just you wait until Lego City Undercover comes out.
So who cared if I didn't beat Sonic 1? I was doing more important things, like moving on to Sonic 2. A very distinct memory of mine is coming home from dinner with my parents and grandparents, but stopping at a record store on the way back that happened to have old video games. I could finally get more stuff from my Sega. Compared to the loose cartridges I got from my cousin, these had the whole protective cases and everything, which was awesome. And I could finally spill my pudding and eggs and pasta salad and bleed all over my games and no harm, no foul. I saw Sonic 2. I had to get Sonic 2, considering Sonic 1 was one of the only video games I knew of at that moment. But my mom said I could pick up one other title, and I had to decide between Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man 2 The New Adventures.
I learned more from that decision than I ever did in college.
I added Miss Pac-Man and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 to my collection that day because God has a plan. Miss Pac-Man on Genesis was a really solid rendition of the arcade game, which I was already a fan of. Anytime we went somewhere, you could make a scene ad. I wanted to play it. But to be honest, with how accessible games like Pac-Man are, I feel I wasted a pick on this one. I would receive a few plug-and-play arcade sticks in my day, and I definitely played Miss Pac-Man on this a whole lot more than on Genesis. However, which meant Sonic 2 was the apple of my eye at the time. I definitely got farther in this than in Sonic 1, the second part of the second level.
Any kind of game that made me feel the way
how much better of a game Sonic 2 think it's important to have kid-friendly I remember maybe liking it a bit more, probably because Chemical Plant Zone was way more fun than Marvel Zone. But I still view games as toys, things to play with during playtime. Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 to me were like two dolls that were pretty much the same, so you just kind of stick your hand in the toy box, and whatever you pull out, that's what you're playing today. Except one is on fire. And that was it for my Sega Genesis experiences as a kid. It really made me realize how one decision can completely change your outlook on life. I definitely wish I spent more time with this platform and had more games for it, but I'm grateful for having an experience with it at all. This solidified my respect for retro games. That alongside the NES rotting at my grandma's house. Yeah, whenever I'd go to her place, I'd head to the old TV in the den and fire up my cousin's Nintendo, stashed away there with a shoebox of old titles, some of which included a title that always confused me. Jack Nicklaus's Greatest 18 Holes of Major Championship Golf.
I see.
Look at this world game for kids. One of those games I will always remember, even though I never played it. The cartridge's shiny silver label made it damn near unforgettable. Boring. It's about time I settled the score and see what I've been missing all these years.
It's sort of made out to be more than it really is
Wow,
here.
the 19th hole!
Ninja Turtles 1 and 3 were here, right alongside Kung Fu Heroes, Excite Bike, The Adventures of Bayou Billy. I'm sure you can tell the kind of guy my cousin was.
Please tell me I haven't seen him in years.
While I dabbled in all of these,
could you
none captured my attention quite like Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, and Super Mario Brothers 3. I would play each one of these games every time I'd visit. So much to the point where my parents helped me replace the controllers by buying new ones on eBay for the thing. I think my mom noticed I was digging this kind of stuff. And while the computer, Genesis, and plug-and-play sufficed, it was time for an upgrade.
I have bad news. Your son
that's a staple of the
is
Lego
a gamer
games.
now.
For my birthday in 2002, I received a purple Game Boy Advance, my very first new game system. Now, considering the rest of my family lived an hour away from me, I think my parents knew I needed some backseat entertainment to get through the car rides every weekend. And after spitting milk in my lap fell through, I guess this was the next best option. And the game I got with it was SpongeBob SquarePants Legend of the Lost Spatula for Game Boy Color. Let me tell you, as a kid, you're not always privy to what's considered a good game. Neither are your parents. And as a mother, I don't know why you'd buy your kid this anyways. So, back in the day, licensed games based on properties you already like were like lights. Here we have, as a child, I liked by Capcom. If you will, I was a SpongeBob,
hardcore action adventure game
that was my show. Everybody had their show, so don't go making fun of me when your show was goddamn skunk fu. I watched every episode, consumed everything I possibly could revolving around the franchise for the longest time. Until that fateful day when I realized the show hadn't been good for years. But those early years, there ain't nothing like it. And hey, this game released during that era. In fact, it's the first SpongeBob game ever together.
This is a Monster Hunter
back then,
for Monster
I
Hunter
could tell
fans.
this was pretty rudimentary.
It was hard to unconditionally love this thing simply due to being based on the show I watched when it was so dull and awkward.
It's confusing as hell, too. It's oftentimes hard to know where to go and what to do. The game is non-linear in its design and revolves around exploring levels to find items to help us progress, which, hey, they could have just made this a SpongeBob calendar. Props to them for going above and beyond. Alright, when do I start bitching again?
Well, if only they made this a SpongeBob calendar, I would know!
Console communicate less
so
now
zoomed
than they
in,
did
and
back during
SpongeBob
the
jumps so
N64
high
days.
and stiff
have
that
my
it's
theories,
beyond
and they're
annoying to
all
get
right.
anywhere.
Need for Speed Most
Especially
Wanted
when
U was
so
another
much of the
March
level
9th
design
keeper.
revolves
While the
around
game launched
platforms
on
in the air,
360
off
and
the
PS3
screen.
back in
But the
October,
developers found a
this release
great
made
method
sure
to
to
teach
make it
players
worth
what
the
to
wait,
do
as
here.
it features
They put
enhanced
various enemies in
visuals,
line with your jumping
utilizing
height off
textures
screen.
found
That'll
only in the
teach you to
PC
play our
version.
game.
You know,
I never got
sometimes
far
it
in this
pays
one
to
as a
wait
kid.
5
I
months to
honestly
play a
only played
racing
to
game
mess
without
around in some of
analog
the levels,
triggers at full
maybe
price
look
with
at the
most
main
of the
menu
DLC
since it
not
reminded me of the
available.
show. I may have played this a lot back in the
Much
day,
like
but
most
by that I
Wii
mean I
multiplats,
let it
this
happen
one
to
has a
me.
few
Just a crummy
downsides.
little kid's
That
game.
doesn't
That's
stop
all
you
this
from
is.
accepting it
It
as
isn't
a Lord and
unacceptable
Savior.
or egregious.
Finally, the
It's just
pros list
completely
isn't empty.
worthless
They
if you
went
aren't
out of
a
their
6-year-old
way to
SpongeBob
ensure
fan in
Most
2001.
Wanted
I was
took
5 in
advantage of the
2002.
concept.
Damn it!
Pretty
Utilizing
interesting
every last
experience getting a
feature
Game
within
Boy
reason.
Color
Going
game
as
as
far
my
as
first
offering
game on
Wii
Game
Wheel
Boy
support.
Advance.
They were
I
smart
actually
with
come
how
to
they
think of it,
implemented
I might have played
everything.
around with the
They didn't
aspect
just
ratio
force you to
stretching feature
accelerate with
more
the
than the
micro.
actual game
They
here.
can use the
But
screen
that's
here to
all
select
the
cars
more
to
reason
switch
to
to
get
on
an
the fly,
actual
plus
Game
use
Boy
it in a
Advance
new
game.
exclusive
And one of my next
multiplayer
titles
mode
just
to
so
help out
happened
the
to
player
be
on the TV.
Frogger's
Now,
Adventures
just for fun,
Temple
they
of the
added
Frog.
Mario Warp
Strange
Pipe
this
to
was
the
one of my first GBA games, as I don't recall being much of a Frogger nut at that age, but hey, maybe I was a late bloomer. This era in gaming felt lucrative for these old school arcade mascots. I mean, simply judging by the fact this was one of my first games, and considering how well it sold overall, I think a lot of parents were buying these for their kids because they recognize the names from back in the 80s. Oh, it's Gore! They'll love Gore! Temple of the Frog is actually a pretty natural evolution of the original Frogger arcade game, expanding it from one screen to sprawling levels. It ain't that bad. Now, what did 5-year-old Scott think? He didn't. Let's add another to the Scott barely even finished the first level but played this one a lot pile. I don't know what my problem was. It's goddamn Frogger. Well, thankfully, my next game was an entirely different story. Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2. The very first Mario game I could call my own, and what an entry to start things off with. Back then, I didn't think twice about this being a game from the 90s thrown onto the GBA. I just viewed it as a game. But why didn't I question the copyright date?
Every game they released was month-sold, missing substantial features, and priced at a full $60.
This was just a Mario game to me. And even if I didn't fully comprehend its origins, it didn't make me any less obsessed. I remember getting some Mario toys from a Wendy's Kids Meal back in 2002, one of them being this little action figure. I would tie a Kleenex around his neck to mimic the cake power-up. It just captured my imagination, unlike any game I played prior. Yeah, this was my go-to cartridge at the time, for more reasons than one. Literally, included with many Mario games on the Game Boy Advance was a remake of the original Mario Brothers arcade game, which was bad.
On this system,
sure, it's a classic. We wouldn't have gotten Super Mario Brothers without Mario Brothers. Yeah, okay, well, the same logic applies to Big Kmart. The gameplay design here is solid, but man, the controls just butcher this one.
I don't think that's entirely why EA pulled out so early.
I'm set in this version dubbed Mario Brothers Classic. We have
you can't tell me
controls.
FIFA would have done that much worse on Wii U.
With beautiful new backgrounds, mechanics, 4-player multiplayer. This is Mario Brothers to me. This is fucked up. Paint is essential during long car rides because as great as Super Mario World is, it's always a plus to have an endurance-based arcade game to hop over to for some variety. This was no doubt one of my favorite games. And you know what that means? I didn't beat it. I got stuck at this part in the Forest of Illusion. You beat a level and the map reveals...
So that falling through, coupled with the low game sales, Electronic Arts was out. But hey,
what the hell does that mean? I wouldn't say this made me a die-hard Mario fan. It for sure put the franchise on the map for me and locked in one of the greatest games of all time as an integral part of my childhood. It's seriously validating to see something that you enjoyed as a kid actually turned out to be one of the all-time greats. What's next on the list?
They weren't wrong.
Thank God. Just because I had a Game Boy now didn't mean I stopped tinkering with the PC. Over there, I had another licensed SpongeBob title, this one being Employee of the Month. Man, I played this one so many times.
We got this one.
It's a point-and-click adventure game, though I think calling this an adventure is pushing it, as well as game. You point and click here. This is about as interactive as QuickBooks. But considering the target demographic for this, I'm stupid. It makes sense how simple, straightforward, and short this one is. To be fair, Amazing Spider-Man has it all right on the for replays. If I had an hour or two to kill on a lazy summer afternoon, I'd plod through this because why not? Certain aspects always resonated with me. The sound effects, locations, items you collected, public nudity, all things you just remember as a kid. So replaying it today, while I definitely enjoyed myself, it wasn't because this was an ideal experience. Just goes to show how much nostalgia can affect your perception of things, which is perfectly fine. I think it's totally reasonable to like something just because you grew up with it. However, when you fail to see any flaws and can't comprehend why nobody else likes it,
same price. I appreciate them supporting the
console. Well, that's because you're right. It makes me scared to death to say anything bad about any horrible, stupid, fucking dumbass piece of garbage this game kind of game you might have grown up with. I don't want to offend you. Like, are there any defenders out there for Rugrats? I gotta go party. Also
were they?
The big deal I gotta take a mean shit. This was another GBA game of mine based on yet another Nickelodeon property.
Wasn't as exciting
party
as I
minigame collection. It's like watching food rot. Most of the minigames here are of the who gives a shit variety. In this game, we gotta pick the right thing. Pick the right thing. Pick the right thing. Just let me pick the wrong thing for once.
Well, I already chose this game.
This features some of the most basic ideas for games imaginable. Now with a Rugrats skin. And when things actually get a little more creative, you realize how much they directly ripped off Mario Party minigames. And when things are actually completely original, I just had to go through more menus and couldn't use the gamepad. Having to wait this long to play Donkey Kong Jr. when you could already play Donkey Kong Jr. on Wii U?
Absolute time waster. That's all this was. Not bad, but not substantial whatsoever. It's something for your thumbs to do. The game, much like I Spy like Challenger.
Is it
Another
really?
childhood
The
game of
NES
mine, I
games
damn near blew a gasket trying to remember.
Oh yeah,
Completely
Washed out in
forgot I
dark
owned
colors,
this, but
the image
after
wasn't
replaying
crisp
it,
at all. And they
yep,
also
it's
just
all
didn't
coming
feel
back to
great
me.
to
This was
play.
based on the I
There's a
Spy
bit of
books,
input
which
lag.
were always
Not
a
enough
treat to
ruin
peruse.
games, but
The one
it
problem,
make
they
playing
don't work
Virtual
with the
Console
B
on
button.
Wii U
That's
feel
where Challenger comes in.
sluggish,
A couple
which
modes are
wasn't
included,
something I
which
ran
mostly
into on
boil
Wii
down
U.
to
Now, in
actual I Spy
contrast, Super
or
Nintendo
matching-based
games
puzzle games.
looked
But once again, we have a game I played a lot, but only when I was depressed enough to do so.
Car
Ride
nice to have classic games
which I guess
natively on
Pac-Man
Wii U.
collection sort of falls
But
into
I
that
think this
category as
launch
well.
helped
I
hit
got
home
4
why this
Pac-Man
wasn't going to
games
be as
here.
exciting
Pac-Man,
as
if you
previous
will.
Virtual
The original
Console efforts.
Pac-Man, which I was more
Firstly,
than familiar
Nintendo
with
was
at this
going to
point,
drip
but
feed us the
also
same exact games
Pac-Man
we bought on
Arrangement,
Wii
Pac-Mania,
and on 3DS,
and Pac-Attack,
again
which
on
were
Wii U
entirely new
throughout the
experiences
rest
for me.
of the
I got a fair
generation.
amount of
Well,
playtime out of
we
every
hadn't had
title on
access to
display
these
here.
games for
Though,
years, and
looking
we're
back,
finally
I
getting
definitely
them
would have
again.
preferred getting
Secondly,
Namco Museum
we
here
only launched with
instead.
2
I mean,
consoles.
that had
We
Miss
like
Pac-Man,
5 right when the
plus
thing
a
released.
handful of other
Thirdly,
Namco arcade
it was just
games I
disappointing
liked,
to me,
which was
okay?
definitely better variety
I was
than
excited at the
for
prospect of
men.
playing these
But I still
classic
got a lot
games
out of
on
this
the
collection,
gamepad, and when I
mostly from
finally got
Pac-Man
them,
Arrangement.
I
Basically,
realized there
a
was
new
nothing
take
to
on the
really
original
be
game with some
excited about
stage
here.
gimmicks and
These were the
Kinky the
same
Ghost.
games I could
Definitely
play
makes
on
it
Wii
way
mode
more
on my
engaging,
Wii U.
especially
They
for
were
a
just
kid.
less
But what
responsive
sealed
now.
the deal
It
for
was
me
nice to have
was
these
the
games on
limited
Virtual Console. I
continues.
did buy a
Made
fair
for an
amount of them, but all
unforgettable
things
night at my
considered,
grandma's
this was
house
a
where I played
pretty
this one for
lackluster element of
hours.
the Wii
It was
U.
legendary,
But
which is
outside
more
of
than
my
I can
dozen
say about
problems,
Pac-Attack.
it was
I would
great.
try this from
Donkey
time to
Kong
time, but I
3?
never understood it all too well.
But
A
all
Pac-Man
these titles
puzzle
we've had
game,
more
but
than enough
of course,
access
at the
to
time,
for years.
I don't think I knew
Nintendo
what
decided
puzzle
to
games
announce
were,
during
so I
April
think I
Nintendo
mainly
Direct
played this when I
that they
need to
were
humble myself a
finally
bit.
going to release
Pac-Mania,
Earthbound
Pac-Manic
on
Syndrome.
Wii U
I like this
Virtual
one because it was 3D,
This was
and
big.
Pac-Man
I mean,
could
this
jump.
was a game
What
that
did
was
you like
so
as a
hard
kid?
to nab a cartridge. It was a game that never got re-released outside of Japan, and for it to finally get
If we're talking
anything
Desert Island games
was
again,
pretty awesome.
would you?
In
Jimmy
addition, the Wii
Neutron
U
versus
received a
Jimmy
software update,
Negatron.
upgrading
Watch how
it
you say
from
that.
slowest
This was a sequel to the
slowest
game based on the
and
original
overall,
movie,
I'd say
Jimmy
it was a
Neutron
pretty
Boy
relaxed
Genius. Though
spring for the
this
Wii.
one is based on the
Not
show
barren,
titled The
but not too
Adventures
awful much
of Jimmy
going on.
Neutron Boy Genius, which, based on the existing logos of this game, it is fair to consider this the official title, though official press releases refer to it otherwise. So what's the legal name for this game? Well, let's sue to find
This
out.
news hit me like a truck, and
Oh,
a big
and
one
I
at
got
that.
nowhere in
Nintendo
this one,
was
and
going
for
to
good
E3
reason.
2013.
While
They
these
were
games weren't
not
anything special,
going to have
I
a
still popped them in from
traditional
time to time
live
because
on-stage
I legitimately
press
had the urge to play them.
conference. Instead, opting for the
This
Nintendo
game,
Direct
I only ever
format
really
they've been
put in to
playing
see my
around
Game
with
Boy
as of
run a
late.
3D
Listen,
looking thing.
nowadays,
I will
that's
play
no
for 10
problem,
minutes
but
and
nor
then
for
react
most companies,
accordingly.
actually.
Wow,
But have
this
you
looks
ever
cool.
watched the Nintendo Direct
Other
from
than that, I
2013?
have genuinely no memories with this thing, which is insane. I mean, I remember more about the
I still
PC
love them,
version of
but
this
to
game,
replace
which
the press
I didn't
conference
own.
with it,
I just played the
that
demo
felt
for it
too
included with
far.
Employee
We
of the
got
Month.
so many
I honestly got a better
electrifying
Jimmy Neutron
moments at
kick over
E3
there
by
with
hearing the
that,
crowd's
plus
reaction and
Nickelodeon
seeing
Toon
these people
Twister
go up on
3D.
stage
A
and
little
proudly
application
proclaiming
with 3D models of
digital
Nickelodeon
presentations.
characters you
A
can
lot of
manipulate to
people
create
view
your own
Nintendo's
cartoon.
approach here
Listen,
as
this was a
cowardly,
big
with
deal
some
for me back
misinterpreting
then.
it as
I
them
could realize some of my
skipping E3 as
wildest
a whole.
dreams with
It
this
was
thing.
seen that if
Hi
Nintendo
there,
refused to go
Kyle.
on stage, they weren't confident.
I can't
They were scared about being compared to Sony and Microsoft.
Do you smell
When
it?
in reality,
I loved fiddling
I mean,
around with
know
this.
how
It's kinda
much
like how I
better
felt with
digital
Disney Magic
presentations
Artist
can be.
Studio.
You have a
The-
much better
this
flowing
one, the
event
joy
with
came from
none of
creating the
technical
Rugrats
problems or
episode I
fluff
always
like
wanted.
Dance numbers and a car. What you lose in
Hi
excitement
there,
and flashiness,
Carl.
you make up for with a better overall experience for the majority of the event's viewers. And I think Nintendo realized that before many other companies. They just decided to assert their stance at a very odd time. The
Do you
E3
smell
you're going to
it?
show
Between the
Smash
computer,
Brothers at,
my
and we're not
GBA,
gonna be able
and
to
rotting
hear the
Sega
crowd's
Genesis,
reaction.
I definitely had
think
enough
that
to keep
was
me
the biggest
busy,
disappointment
but
for me.
not a ton of
Plus,
genuine
the
gaming
Direct
experiences
format
were
wasn't
had.
refined enough
Outside
at
of a
this
few key
point.
titles,
Didn't
the kind of games I
expect
was
as much
playing,
from them as
Is
we
that
do today.
pissing my pants or
These
am I
felt
just
like investors'
embarrassed?
meetings
Thus,
it was time for something new.
replacing our E3.
For my birthday in
Frankly,
2003, I
was a bit
received
concerning.
a
For more
brand
reasons than
new
one.
home
right after this,
console.
Nintendo started
The
to copyright
Nintendo
claim videos on
GameCube.
YouTube featuring
Platinum
gameplay
Edition.
of the title,
I
which made it
had
less likely people
no
were gonna
goddamn
make
clue
and
what
share
this
videos
was.
about Wii U
I mean, to
games
be
online.
fair, the name did
I
a good
swear,
job
with these two
explaining
decisions
it.
back
It's
to
a
back, in
shame.
addition to
I
all
didn't
the
ask for this,
previous
so I assumed
marketing
my mom pulled a
snafus,
mom in a
I
toy
felt like
store
they
and
were
was, in
actively
fact, a
trying
mom
to
in a
do the
toy
wrong
store.
thing.
Walk up to clerk, explain you have a son who's turning 6. He has a Game
Really?
Boy,
We
but
got a
that's
few
it.
more releases in
well,
May,
I will
like
point you in the
Resident
direction
Evil
of the
Revelations,
Nintendo
the
GameCube. It's the
console
cheapest
port of console on the market. It's kid-friendly, and with an adapter, you can play your Game Boy games on it too.
Because there is no way in hell she would have gotten this for me if that wasn't the case. Yep, alongside the GameCube, the only game I got with it was the Game Boy Player, which made sure I had a beefy library of games to play here right from the get-go. By that I mean, I feel this is more beef than game. Game Boy Player was an awesome contraption. But as my only GameCube game for a bit there, it definitely made for an odd first impression. Like, the only reason I'd played this console for a while there was to understand the concept of unnecessary. Still really liked this, though it was definitely something I used just for the sake of switching things up back then. I needed a game made for the GameCube to really get the most out of this console, for an experience I couldn't have already. So one day at Toys R Us, I had the opportunity to get an actual GameCube game.
This was sort of a calm before the storm direct. To get some info out prior to
and I got this new book.
My first genuine GameCube game was Sonic Mega Collection.
Sega
I remember picking it up at the store and my mom suggesting it based on the other Sonic games I had. I don't think she or I realized this was those other Sonic games I had, but there were some others thrown in there, so not all would have been exclusive regardless. What kind of a contract is this?
My mind, my
more interesting one.
Well, I still had my Genesis. Oddly enough, I'd still hop between these two systems, playing Sonic 1 and 2 on either or. I guess I was just happy using a different controller. But I was definitely really play Sonic Mega Collection. I would just boot it up and look through all the extras, specifically the comic book covers. Many of these are etched into my mind forever. It was really cool to see all the different interpretations of Sonic here, and the music backing these menus was incredible. So it was like I was walking down memory lane without ever even experiencing these prior. I was a big bonus features kid. I love behind-the-scenes tidbits, and this collection not only wet my whistle, it fucking drenched it. What about the games included? Well, this was my first experience with Sonic 3, Knuckles, Spinball, 3D Blast, and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I never got far in any of these, but I messed around with them a fair bit. Though I didn't unlock any of the hidden games. Yep, that's one less childhood with Flicky in it. Did my parents care? But I had more than enough fun dicking around with these from time to time. Though that's all I really did. I had no idea what I was doing in Spinball, 3D Blast, or Mean Bean Machine. As Sonic and Knuckles, I barely ever progressed in. And Sonic 3, I never beat the first level. So more often than not, I would head on over to the next generation section was cool. It made me realize there were actual video games available on this console. Whoa, 3D graphics! Both had great showings. That Sonic Adventure 2 game promo looked incredible. So when it was time for me to get a new GameCube game, I picked up, take a wild damn guess, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yet another licensed game. Yet another Nickelodeon game. Yet another SpongeBob game. I bet you're saying I predict the next thing he owned was Suikoden and 5. Well, Battle for Bikini Bottom really spoke to me, as it had some of the most important SpongeBob on the front. I think I just saw a SpongeBob thing. I wanted a SpongeBob thing. But by God, out of all SpongeBob things, this was the SpongeBob thing. Behold! Scott's greatest accomplishment, convincing his mom to buy this for him, because I genuinely could not imagine my childhood without this game. I know that sounds silly about this, especially considering how the other SpongeBob games I've played weren't all too great, but this was special. A 3D platformer, not unlike Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, but this was SpongeBob. This was SpongeBob's world. I was transported into my favorite show as a kid, which I think emphasizes how important licensed games can be if done properly. The levels here were so big and lovingly crafted to be incredibly faithful interpretations of locations from the source material. I remember exploring SpongeBob's house and neighborhood by themselves for hours, voicing the characters to craft my own cartoon in real time. I would pop a blank VHS tape into the VCR, hook up my GameCube, and record everything, trying to control the game smoothly enough and not skip cutscenes so I would have my own little SpongeBob episode. This was the perfect game for a SpongeBob fan in the 2000s, and a good game in its own right. Like I said, it's pretty much Mario 64, but SpongeBob. Golden spatulas are linked to various objectives throughout an area. Do them to progress throughout the game. Pretty simple, but very effective execution. There's a reason anybody born in 1997 won't shut the hell up about this game, though they really should sometimes. I've seen fellow lovers of this game
beg others to give it a try. Others being people who barely ever watched the show and were 40 years old. Why bother with that request? Just cut to the chase and ask him to tell you this thing you love sucks. When this game got a remake in 2020, a whole lot of people went, I don't get it. And I understand where they're coming from, but also not at the same time. On one hand, this game isn't anything groundbreaking. It's a clone of Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. However, that hasn't stopped other games from being lauded. To expect anything more out of this game than what it is, a solid 3D platformer for kids based on SpongeBob, I think that's on you, not the game. I have heard some fans say this is one of the greatest games of all time, and I would agree. When I was 6, I wouldn't say it's aged poorly at all. Rather, what made this so amazing at the time was experiencing it as a kid. Nowadays, it's easy to see a good kids game, harder to see anything more than that, especially if you didn't play it back then. But come on, it's fully voiced with colorful, detailed visuals, great fitting music, solid level design, controls, a good length. How can you look at this and think it's just another licensed kids game from the 2000s?
This type of game,
am I insane? I've always thought this looked leagues better than similar titles at the time. The boss fights, man, the epic music is etched into my mind, especially the final one. Seriously, one of the coolest last levels out there. You defeat the giant robot SpongeBob and go inside him for a mix of a platforming gauntlet and ultimate showdown, with the very last bit asking you to use your homing cruise bubble missile attack to destroy these 3 units of the robot's brain. This is so damn cool. I would boot the game up just to replay the final boss constantly.
This was top.
This was something that always bugged me. You couldn't replay like any of the other objectives. Once you beat the game, there's nothing for you to do when you return to these areas. That did encourage me to make my own fun by running around.
This was one of the best trailers Nintendo put together at the time. The reveal of Mega Man was unlike anything else I had ever seen.
Over and over again
And
without
the release
saving.
date of 2014.
It got me to try 100%ing a game back then.
Well, at least
I
that
nabbed
meant even during
93
the
out of the
driest
100
of
golden
months,
spatulas and maxed out
we
my
still had
currency to the
Smash
point where
Brothers
when I would
speculate
collect
about.
more, no
Bayonetta's
sound effects would
gameplay
play.
reveal looked
It got
great.
me to
X
bring a video
continued
game
to impress.
instruction
Wind Waker
manual to
HD,
school to
absolutely
thumb through as a book.
gorgeous.
It got me
This was a
punched in the
goodie
face.
And
while I feel like
it
the
got
game
me to
lineup
beg
here
for the
was
same
enough
damn
to
game 3
validate
times
the
in a
Wii
row.
U to
Yes,
those who
of
had already
course
bought
I
it.
had to get Battle for Bikini
didn't
Bottom for
validate it to
PC
those
as
who
well.
had.
I just
But
love
oh
this
man,
game
as a
so
Wii
much. I
owner,
just had to
I'm
play
gonna
it
have
there.
all the Nintendo
and
games I buy a
there.
Nintendo system for soon.
You know, that's
3D
good.
Mario,
Now,
Mario
PC
Kart, Smash
versions of
Brothers,
console
Zelda.
games are normally the same
But to
deal,
everybody
but
else,
that's not the case for titles aimed
This
at children.
lineup is practically
This
identical
is a
to the
completely
3DS.
different experience.
So why would
I
I
guess a
spend
lot of
hundreds
kids
of
were in the
dollars
same
on this
boat
thing
as
when
me
all
when
the
it came
big
to the
games coming to it
relationship
had
with
alternatives
PC.
available on something
It's one
that's
of your
significantly
first
cheaper
gaming
that had
experiences,
games
and
that
it's on
didn't
what
have
App doesn't do its
alternatives
taxes
available
on.
elsewhere.
You're probably
In
not going to have the
2013
motor skills to
alone,
control a
the
game
3DS
like
had
this with a
Fire Emblem
keyboard and
Awakening,
mouse, let
Luigi's
alone
Mansion
on a
Dark Moon,
USB
Animal
game
Crossing New
controller.
Leaf,
So it just
Mario
made
Luigi
sense for
Dream
this to
Team,
be a
Pokemon
completely
X and
different
Y, The
point-and-click
Legend of Zelda:
mini
Link
game
Between
collection.
Worlds.
I mean,
And
this was how I
everything
learned what
Nintendo announced
wisdom
for Wii
was.
U at
This thing
E3
reuses nearly all
kinda
of its
just felt like
assets from
HD
Employee of the
3DS
Month.
games.
Thank God.
But
it's now
with that
a
being said,
mini-game collection
Nintendo at
based
E3
around pointing and clicking with
2013.
the mouse. I mean, the general premise is the same as the
There
console
was a
game,
good
but
handful
that's
of
it. Robots have
great
overtaken
games
Bikini
on the
Bottom, but
horizon.
you sure as
And if
hell
you
wouldn't
wanted to
know that
take
by
'em on a
playing
test
it.
drive,
These games
Nintendo
all
partnered
feel
with Best
so
Buy to offer demo
disconnected.
events for
It's
3D
just a bunch
World,
of
Mario
random
Kart,
ideas
Donkey
loosely
Kong,
tied
and
together
Wind
via
Waker. They were
SpongeBob trying to
definitely
find his friends
confident
and
in
save
this
the city.
lineup,
But does
even
this
though I
mini
thought
game
it
make
was
me feel like I'm
incredibly
doing a
safe.
damn
It
thing
was
to
just
save the city? Feels
really
like I'm
great
doing
to have
SpongeBob's
four
laundry.
Nintendo
This was
games to look
probably either
forward to,
developed as a
rather than
completely
making
different
do with
game that
hearing
got a
about Game
reskin
and
to fit
Wario
the
for
theme of
over
the
a
console
year.
game,
Well, the
or was
wait
cobbled together
was
right quick to get
finally
a
over,
PC
because
SKU of
on
the game
June
out in time.
23rd,
Either way, much
Nintendo
like Employee of the
published
Month,
their
I played
second
this
Wii U
a
game
ton.
this year.
I do appreciate
Game
how this
and
was
Wario.
different from what came
Moving
before,
on.
and
Okay,
the console
fine.
game.
It is the only Wii U
basic
game
as
that
these
released
minigames
this
were,
month, so let's take a
they kept
look
my
at
attention.
Game and
Though I feel
Wario.
the sound effects played a massive role in my
I
satisfaction
said
here.
Game
There's just
and
something
Wario.
so pleasing
Similar
about
to
it all.
Nintendo Land,
It's hard
Game
to
and
explain.
Wario is a
But
minigame
what's even
collection,
harder
hell-bent
to
on making
explain is
sense
the
of
third
this.
goddamn version
However,
of this game I own.
this is
Battle
based
for
on the
Bikini
WarioWare
Bottom
series.
on Game
Game
Boy
Boy
Advance.
based on
For
it,
some
because I'm
reason, when I
hesitant
got
to
this
call
game,
this a
I
WarioWare
envisioned it
game.
being the
It
PC
features
game
the
running
same
on my
characters,
Game Boy.
style, and
I
humor,
thought of playing
though
this in the
instead of playing
car.
through hundreds of microgames, one after another in
But when I
rapid
finally
succession,
popped it in, I
Game
learned
Wario
a valuable lesson that day.
Just a collection
take a
of
bath.
16
Yeah,
minigames.
this is just a pretty
Most of
basic 2D platformer.
Dang!
I
Too
played
many
it,
of these
but it was
experiences
never
feel
a
like
huge
web
favorite
browser
of mine.
games or
Honestly,
micro
my
games
greatest
from
memory
actual
with this was
WarioWare
inputting random things in the
unnaturally
password screen when I was bored and guessing the code for the final boss. That was one of my finest moments as a user of Skin. I'm naming my kid this. Now, around this era of my childhood, I recall really harnessing my creativity like never before and truly making something. Friends. Now, back then, making friends was smooth sailing. All you had to do was look at somebody funny and boom, you got an invite to their birthday. And because of that, I got a lot of experience gawking at other kids' game consoles. It was like stepping into an alternate reality. Literally, this was how I thought games were played these days. So, see, my peers had this instead.
How does that work?
You're a kid, you own a GameCube. I thought it was pretty straightforward. But no, one of my neighbors had a PlayStation 2 and showed me how a PlayStation 2 owner gets done. They own Shrek 2, Shrek Super Party, Rugrats Royal Ransom, and they live right next to me.
An Xbox owner could never.
I remember fiddling around with these at their house, but they never left a huge impression. And that was because they had one other game.
Well, that's a use
Fucking
for the
Christ,
screens.
Scott.
That doesn't mean it's
SpongeBob
good.
game I
And for
didn't
every one of
own.
those,
Revenge
there's a copy
of
of
the
game we already
Flying
played in
Dutchman.
Nintendo Land.
No
And
joke,
for
what
every
sold
one
me
of
on this one was
those,
the fact it played the
there's
full intro to the
chunks.
show. They
It's
didn't
crazy to
alter
think
a
of
damn
WarioWare
thing. It's
Smooth
ripped
Moves
right
on the
from
Wii.
it.
Just had
Battle for
this
Bikini Bottom had a
endless list
cover
of
version
ideas
of the
on
theme
how to
playing during
use
this
the Wii Remote
basic-ass
with
title
200
screen. And from what I
microgames.
played,
Well, given Wario
exploring
on Wii
Bikini
U,
Bottom
it
was
feels like it's
far
struggling
more
to come up with just 10
traditional
plus
in this
uses
game
for the
compared to
gamepad.
Battle.
This
That
isn't
one
a
had a
bad
bit of
game.
destruction
Good
caused by the
minigames
robot
are
outbreak.
really
What really
good.
appealed to me about
I
Revenge
still
of the
come
Flying
back to
Dutchman
Sketch
was
to
that it
this
felt
day.
like the
Island is a
most
blast to
true
play
to
with
form
multiple
interpretation
people.
of the
Gamer
series.
actually uses
It
the
had the
gamepad in
opening, it
wildly
had the
effective
default
ways. The
world.
Pirates is a fun
I
rhythm
really
game.
wanted
There's some
this one
great
for
stuff
myself.
here.
But I
But
guess
it's surrounded
around
by
this time,
so
the console
much
version was a
fluff
bit
that
too
it severely
old to actually
detracts from
find
the
at retailers.
experience.
It was a
Ends up ruining what
2002
this game
baby,
set out
and
to
the difference
do.
in quality
This
between
doesn't
2002
validate the
PlayStation 2
gamepad.
games
It
and
doesn't show off
2003
all
ones
these crazy
is
ideas on how to
staggering.
use it.
Yeah, babies had a
If anything,
slump that year.
Game &
So
Wario
they
shows
probably
that
just
even
weren't
Nintendo
stocking
and
it
the series
anymore. But
know
that wasn't the
for
case for the
making the
Game
most
Boy
out of a wacky
Advance
new
version. Oh,
controller
son of a
could
bitch.
barely
It
come
turns
up
out
with
Battle
any
for Bikini
uses
Bottom
for
on
this thing.
GBA was a
And
follow-up
that
to this game,
is
and by God do I
so
wish it wasn't.
concerning.
I never liked how
This is D-grade
SpongeBob
Nintendo
looked in
land,
these
honestly.
titles. He just part a game
He
that
looks
fucking
focuses
gross,
way more on
kind of
single player
bootleg,
than
honestly.
multiplayer.
These
Which I
games
would
are both
prefer
pretty
the other way
interchangeable
around,
to me.
obviously.
I didn't
There's some
dislike
gems
them,
in
but they
here,
sure
no
as hell weren't
doubt.
part of my
But that's
daily
only about
regimen.
25% of the whole
I missed a
package.
Tuesday somewhere.
love
But
some
listen,
games
while
in
you
Game
can
and
infer a
Wario,
lot from my thoughts
but I
on these
wouldn't
two
say
games,
I love Game
go.
and
You
Wario.
can't assume I
Honestly,
wasn't a
in
fan
June,
of
you
two
were
games
better
built
off
from the
just picking
same
up New
assets,
Super
because for
Luigi U
Christmas
instead.
2004,
Mario DLC
my
launched this
grandma
month, and
got me the
oh my God,
SpongeBob
that's the
SquarePants
purpose
the
of Mario
movie
U.
video
For
game
$20 you
for
get
GameCube.
pretty
This
much a
reused
new
damn near
game. Everything
everything
outside of
from
the
Battle
level
for
designs
Bikini Bottom
is
on
the same.
consoles,
But you
but
can make
switched
the
things
argument
up
that's
to
the
make
deal
this
with every new
unique
Super
and fresh
Mario game.
experience.
And these
And now
levels
we only
are
have two
leagues
playable
above what we got in
characters.
Mario
A much
U.
more
They're shorter,
linear
but
experience
much
here,
harder,
featuring
which
less
is far
exploration
more
than battle.
compelling than,
And that plus the
well,
world
this is
being
just a
based on one
goddamn
90-minute
apple.
movie
Luigi's
compared to
unique
seasons
physics
upon
make the
seasons
game
worth of a
way
show,
more enjoyable
it
to
made
me.
this definitely
The
less
higher
interesting
jumping,
than what
longer
came
air
before
time,
for me.
pulling
But
off
this was
platforming
still a
tricks,
great
really
time. It had
satisfying.
better
The
gameplay
inclusion of
variety
Rabbit as a
with
playable
driving
character is
levels,
pretty
slide
cool.
levels,
I love
you could
how
upgrade
every
your
stage
attack
has a
moves,
hidden
the boss
Luigi in
fights,
it.
once again,
I
were
genuinely
stellar.
always
I
preferred
just
this
loved
to the base
replaying them.
game.
They were so
I never
exciting.
100%
The
completed
unlockables
that, while
were
Luigi
so
U,
rewarding.
I did on my
Like,
first playthrough.
damn, I earned this.
that's
And
right.
I think the atmosphere
this
throughout is
great
phenomenal.
DLC.
The
Tony
ice cream
Bones, you pretty
parlor,
much
the
get another
rocky
new Super
desert
Mario Brothers
side,
in your
the
new Super Mario
apocalyptic
Brothers,
bikini
and
bottom,
really
this
be
trench.
considered its
I mean,
own game.
I have never gotten my
Because it
trench
is
fix
one.
like I
Yeah,
do
in
from this
August,
game.
Nintendo
I definitely
released
played
a
Battle for Bikini
standalone
Bottom
retail
more,
copy of
but it
New
was
Super
probably
Luigi
like
U for 30
60-40.
bones in this
I think the
collectible
movie
green
game was
case.
fun to play as a
Yes, of
straightforward
course I
video
bought this
game with
twice.
cool levels and
Yeah, that's
platforming
wrong.
challenges.
The summer of
But Battle was
2013 was
definitely a
mostly
better,
filled with
more
those
fleshed
licensed
out
kids
package
games we know
overall. I
damn
mean,
well
so
at this
much of the
point,
movie game's
with one of them
content is
being
padded
Disney's
out with
Planes, the
repeat
video
what you
game.
just did, but
Did
now
you know
go through
Nintendo
rings.
listed this as
But
one
as
of
a
their
kid,
big Wii
this
U
stuff never
exclusives in a
fazed me.
July
Then
Nintendo
next year
Direct
for my
Mini?
birthday, I
Come on,
finally
man,
got a
this
Game
list
Boy
looked fine
Advance
enough
game I
without
didn't
it.
have
As
to
a part
create
of
a
that same
PowerPoint to
direct,
justify.
Earthbound
Yoshi's
finally
Island
launched on the
Super
Wii U
Mario
eShop,
Advance
announced via
3.
a slick
Yeah, it's
launch
about
trailer.
time I got
They
another
treated this as if it
actual
was a
video
new
game.
game
It was quite a
release.
fitting
It
one
was a big
considering my history with Super Mario World. And man, never before had I played a game so lively. As much as I loved Mario World, this is the most video game-ass video game. You ain't fooling anybody here.
Recreating the original strategy
Yoshi's Island feels like you're peering into another dimension where all of this is going on. How the enemies move, how you can interact with the environment, the animations and character voices. It all came together to create a game unlike anything I had ever played before, yet almost feeling like a natural follow-up to Super Mario World. I was pretty damn happy with these two as my Mario games on the handheld, though I do wish I had others as well, especially Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. When I saw that game was a thing, this was when I was starting to put two and two together. That's the game I played at my grandma's. I think I was finally starting to get a clue on how these video games worked. So naturally, I became far more reasonable with the games I asked for. Eventually, the SpongeBob movie game for Game Boy Advance. Another birthday present in 05. Listen, all I remember about this one was that it wasn't too bad. It was actually a pretty quality time. Quality enough to remember anything about this game?
What game?
I don't know. This one just didn't stick with me as much, even though at the time, I could tell how much better this was than the previous GBA games. I think I was just growing up. I wasn't as enthusiastic about something just because it had SpongeBob on it. I was forming more of my own opinions, my own tastes, and no time was that more apparent than when I finally found this
console with a touch
piece of shit. Yeah, I remember going to an EB Games and found a used copy of Revenge of the Flying Dutchman for GameCube. Oh my god, I can have it all to myself!
Call of Duty
Where's the intro?
Where's
the intro? That's half the goddamn reason I wanted this game! So the GameCube discs couldn't possibly fit such a meaty video file on them. I mean, 45 seconds of footage? Nah, man, have you seen this game? We can't fit that. It's already bursting at the seams. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman is one of the emptiest feeling games I've ever played. Every area feels like an ominous ghost town. Oftentimes, there's no music. All you hear is the ambience of the ocean floor, and it's honestly
most notably with
creepy. But when there is music, it's linked to one of the 4 costumes you can wear, not the area you're in. So it's like, oh yeah, the entire world is crumbling around me, and death is imminent.
From Nintendo for Wii U. Their own releases were basic 2D platform, mini game collection, games they simply published.
So this is a real basic 3D platformer that's just so insanely detailed HD visuals, and weird. I mean, it genuinely feels like they put out the rough draft rather than the finished project. Like, what is this font? What are these menus? What is this glide move? What, SpongeBob flaps like a bird?
10 out of 10 review
scores. Visuals,
and everybody would not only pick up a Wii U,
oh my god,
finally give the Pikmin series the recognition
is what a bad video game is. I spent goddamn hours as a kid delivering food in downtown Bikini Bottom, where every street looks the same, and you get exact addresses you have to find yourself. Like, dude, the target demographic for your game is womb fresh. They're not gonna want this, nor do they understand it. The rest of the game is so unremarkable.
Let me tell you, it does that job.
Most people at this point would throw in the towel.
Being one of the most original interpretations of the
I'm not wasting my time
strategy genre, Pikmin seems hard to comprehend.
Yeah, I played this one a lot. Right after I gained standards too. I knew this game was junk at the time, but there was something about it that just drew me back to it time and time again. Just kind of that comfort food guilty pleasure of mine. I think I was just always entranced by this game's early GameCube and PS2 energy. Its unintentional, strange, ominous feeling. While it wasn't good, it also wasn't unplayable, and I would pop it in more often than I'd care to admit.
But my god, did owning this make me envious of PS2 owners? I mean, you compare the two here, and I was coming out looking rough. Now, that would be the last thing I would say out loud.
Well, then I better get started. I think that was because I was coming down with that console war fever. You're gonna defend your thing, because the idea of you having the inferior thing? Wow, Mr. Negative over here. I'm not being negative, I just own a GameCube. As much as I would scoff at my friend's PlayStation 2s, I was secretly very envious. And that envy bubbled up so much that it had to be released. And with my next hand-me-down get, it did exactly that. Turned out that was an ulcer. One of my other cousins ended up giving me his PlayStation 1, alongside 2 discs. Gran Turismo 2, honestly, Disc 1, and Rascal
for the franchise
demo. Well, damn, why did my cousin stop there? He could have thrown in a bloody nose. Suffice to say, I didn't use my PS1 much. I messed around with playing audio CDs on it. I recall playing Rascal maybe twice. You know how they say these are the best years of your life? Yeah, they just say that to make Rascal feel better. Gran Turismo, I played for probably 5 minutes. It left no impression with the weird mode of none. Didn't get me into the series, didn't get me to watch the movie. I couldn't care less, because quite frankly, I had the only racing game worth a damn over on my Game Boy. The weird mode is Mario Kart But this setup highlights that my first Mario Kart here. I recall seeing my cousins play something like this on their Nintendo 64. What was it? But this was all mine, and easily one of my favorite GBA games. I mean, this looks so damn similar to that
that N64 game my cousins played. It was like a console game to go. And the fact that it was better than Mario Kart, pure and simple fun, infinitely replayable, that made it a no-brainer pick for car rides. The cartridge was lost at my uncle's house. If that upsets you, he lost it, not me. Out of all games to lose, I couldn't have lost Nicktoons Freeze-Frame Frenzy instead?
Oh, but I could lose my...
This is just a lovely experience. This was probably one of the most genetically engineered by the marketing machine games I own. It's a Nicktoons photography game.
Wow, they just made this because Nickelodeon photography games were all the rage back then.
Okay, what I mean by the marketing machine is how this just feels like a weird damn product. Like they just wanted to whip up a quick game with all the Nickelodeon characters on the cover, and this was one of the fastest options. And the strangest thing about this is it's not that bad. It's like Pokemon Snap. But this one has more with HD development. Tommy Pickle sort of vibe. Keep an eye out for certain things to take pictures of. That were made for a unique experience on the GBA, but one that felt like a forced concept with these characters. Most of them I'm not sure if canonically even held a camera, which makes me severely question the market for this game.
Just SpongeBob with a camera, man, I love that.
As halfway decent as this game actually was, it always felt kind of cheap to me. Like this wasn't a true crossover. These were soulless blacklists, not the real characters. The box art just has a bunch of them photoshopped together within that template all the Nickelodeon video releases had for a while there. Nothing screams this matters more than impact font.
If it wasn't. No. That's
cool. This is one of those games where Freeze-Frame Frenzy proved to me how much I enjoyed exploring the world of other cartoons I watched. Tell me, did you know this was on Wii U? And even if you did, we'll talk about this one next. How about that? Nintendo held Fairly Odd Parents breaking the rules. One of my other favorite shows on Nickelodeon, though. I remember watching it more often than not just because it was on, not because I desperately needed to catch every episode. But I still enjoyed it quite a bit. After Warren owning a video game based on the property, obviously. And this, fairly consistent release schedule for Virtual Console, but I already explained why. Does that make it a good video game?
Well, in my job today, does that make me a good person?
Listen, I loved the variety of locations in this game, all based on episodes from the show. Put out applications. The gameplay here was just a typical 3D platformer that honestly was a bit more boring than fun most of the time. Google Maps. It wasn't bad, just pretty damn basic and bland. And the only thing that sets this apart from any other kids game was the fact this was the Fairly Odd. Every now and then throughout the year, it did that aspect fairly well. They converted one of the flattest cartoons I've ever seen into a fully 3D world, and nearly every review I've seen of this game commented on how they could have done this better. And the first wheel is pretty rough. Let me tell you how I would have done it. Considering this was 2003 and they had to turn this into a 3D model, I think they did pretty good, all things considered. Regardless, I think a 2D game would fit the show a lot more, which is where breaking the rules for Game Boy Advance comes in. I owned this game. And Animal Crossing Plaza.
Yeah, this is another one of those I forgot about for the longest time.
Shooting frogs. Now I remember why I blocked this from my memory. It's like you can download themes for your Around this time, I received the fully redesigned Flame Red Game Boy Advance SP, now featuring a lit screen. Oh, that's what I've been playing. And one of my final GBA games, The Simpsons Road Rage. No, these days I fully understand this game being a ripoff of Sega's Crazy Taxi series. In 2005, I just didn't understand it. So you pick up people and drop them off where they want as quickly as possible for the best kind of cash. I didn't know that back then. I considered this more so a replacement for my missing Mario Kart cartridge, which made the main mode confusing as hell for me, so I always opted to select Sunday Drive. It was only available for a certain time. That's all I did in this game. What was happening on this date? Nowhere in particular. I would just roam around until I got bored. How I wish Pokemon Rumble U had that expiration date instead. And those were my Game Boy Advance games. I did own a few GBA video cartridges, much like how Vlad the Impaler if you wanted to spend more on it, people. But these were my games. And wow, I did not get as much out of this thing as I thought I did. Most of these left no impression on me. The few that did really did, and completely solidified the GBA as one of my core toys as a kid. But the GameCube games I owned were far less forgettable.
But you know who must really feel good to be alive?
Lights, Camera, Pants. THQ was pumping out a new SpongeBob console game every single year. And believe me, I was paying attention. This was my matter. But hey, that meant they had to be working on multiple projects at once. So instead of being helmed by the Battle for Bikini Bottom team, this was a THQ Studio Australia joint and was advertised as the first multiplayer SpongeBob game ever. Did I take advantage advantage of this feature. Yes, the only child with barely any other kids in his neighborhood had a Mario Party style game, and he played it by himself a lot. Oh my god, your sympathy tastes so good! Well, I did wish I had others to play this with. I still had a blast here. Over time, I've grown more and more impressed with Light's camera pans. Like, the basis of this game revolves around everybody wanting to be cast in a Mermaid Man episode, and the minigames are auditions, with your reward for winning a block of them being your character and having the role and appearing in a scene. There's versions of every scene with each playable character in the guest role. It's genuinely a fantastic idea for a party game, and really makes this more than just a Mario Party clone. Couple that with how the minigames themselves are actually really fun, and we may have... Wait, let him finish. Biggest problems with this game are the load times and the amount of minigames. To be fair, about 30, which pales in comparison to other party games. But the 2005 Scott know that? All he knew was isolation. This was all good fun, and I appreciate this game a way bigger price cut, but obviously I was more of a single-player guy. Come 2006, the next SpongeBob game was looking to be the best I do question why they didn't SpongeBob SquarePants Creature from the Krusty Krab. I fucking hated this game. The advertisements and box art really got me excited. This looked so ambitious. Like, damn, I get to wreak havoc as a giant plankton, and I get to take down the monster of SpongeBob in a plane? Well, that's all the advertising really showed, but did they do it? Was so badass. And when I saw more of the game, I mean, this looks like Battle for Bikini Bottom. This is gonna be great. Leading up to September, Nintendo hated this game. Back in the day, if asked what my least favorite game of all time was, this was my immediate response. I mean, first off, this game looks ugly as hell, especially for a new IP. Some assets from previous games, but the animation is atrocious here. The demo was on there. SpongeBob talks throughout the whole game. He sort of just stretches lips randomly. Then they tried to do these different art styles. Horrible demo. And it's Wonderful 101 was already kind of hard to tell. The first level is a racing segment. You're not racing anybody in particular. You're just trying to get to the end. This is going on for 5 minutes. Then we have a platforming segment that goes on for 30 damn minutes. And it's one of the most grueling experiences I had as a kid. It just goes on and on and on. Not only was Nintendo confident in this title, they were fucking over and over again. Fight this enemy, then fight the same enemy again and again. $30 just a few months in. And that's when I picked my copy up. That's right, here is my save file from 2013. It takes forever to get through because they have tried this game something and then repeat it like 3 more times. And for a licensed kids game like this, I could look the other way if they at least put you in a cool location from the property, like the Fairly Odd Parents game. No, we're in this hot rod world that has nothing to do with SpongeBob. It's not interesting to explore. It doesn't feel like I'm in the show. There's nothing satisfying here. It doesn't help the controls are way floatier and less responsive than Battle for Bikini Bottom. Basically, it's a big, bombastic hack-style. They went for goofier animations with Bayonetta. You come in your group by making certain shapes, it doesn't feel great. And the rest of the game has the same exact problems throughout. This mechanic has always been more stages, and none of them feel the greatest to control. They all go on for far too long. Use the right analog stick to draw. This game genuinely frustrated the hell out of me back then, and especially now. Not because it's combined with how fast it just feels like it loves to waste your time repeating gameplay that already wasn't great to begin with. When it's all said and done, Creature from the Krusty Krab has a few platforming stages, a few vehicle-based ones, and a level based around destroying Bikini Bottom as a giant plankton, which is the best part of the game. All my heroes scatter around the place, and I have to pick them all back up. It's a damn minigame collection, where the minigames are artificially lengthened to 30 minutes long a piece, and there's like 5 unique ones. It's really bummed me out because the concept here is pretty damn good. You need to do hopping between 3 characters' dreams with them all eventually colliding. But the issues I have with advantage of the idea, I always end up like the developers used it as an excuse to half-ass everything. But I think create a game where it's just a hodgepodge of random shit, and the cherry on top of everything was after I beat everything as a kid, it's 95% action's ending all the time. Has not a ton of filler here. No audio. When it is here, it's actually kind of cute. When you go inside a building, the gameplay transitions down to the gamepad. Sound. This isn't the worst game out there, but it genuinely can be frustrating. This was such a huge step back from previous SpongeBob games, and that hurt 10 times more considering how there were some decent ideas here. But none of that mattered because it's obvious this was rushed and this is the kind of stuff final boss fights just to meet the Wii's launch in 2006. That's just the game. Apparently Nintendo approached THQ about a SpongeBob game for the platform, so they went to the developer of breaking the rules to do it. Why? I think it deserves a shot breaking the rules, but I wouldn't trust my firstborn with it. This developer was obviously quite busy at the time because they also put out a sequel to Breaking the Rules in 2004. The Fairly Odd Parents Shadow Showdown, another one I own. But to be honest, not just didn't leave the same impression the prior game did for me, which is unfortunate because I can tell this is a superior title, so it wouldn't fleshed out and polished. But I just wasn't as into this as the first one. The story was definitely more original compared to Breaking the Rules, which was more on this one. Each level based on an episode, but I kind of like that. I didn't want fan fiction. Who the hell are these characters? You can pick it up whenever, and it'll be just as good as it was when it games I got from my parents. Ubisoft reported that based, but underwhelming at first. By THQ, picked up after a while. Cars, the video game. Wii U version. Suddenly, all those family vacations are making sense. I like the movie well enough, but it definitely wasn't on the same level as the other Pixar films. I mean, it was 2 damn hours long, and for what? A race car that learns there's more to life than the big time? That isn't a film's plot, that's a haiku. Well, at least when it comes to the game, I wouldn't say I played it, more so used it. I don't think I completed a single thing here. I just like driving around the world. A distinct memory of mine was my mom coming in to watch me play this game and commenting how game graphics have gotten crazy level designs all come together to create the Cars the video game. I mean, sure, if you've never seen Orange Juice before, it's gonna catch you off guard. And yep, this was my core GameCube collection for a while there. I picked up a few more titles later down the line, but these made up the main lineup for me. Didn't think this would be a sob story now, did ya? Okay, so I hold the memories I experienced with these games close to my heart, but even I have to stand back and ask, what the hell was going on here? I definitely went too deep in my comfort zone with this library, picking games that look familiar rather than good. But most of these games still offer quality enough experiences. Is about as good as it gets. Most games, not bullshit, but I never said bullshit. And I'm always going to look back at these fondly. Do I ever have to play them again? No, but I have so much respect for these games. They may not have been perfect, but they were integral to my childhood. I love playing these over and over again, just exploring the worlds I love to watch in movies and TV shows. They really helped to broaden my imagination in that way. It made me feel as if I was in my favorite cartoon. Basically playing a puzzle game down here that helps the other players proceed. It's really cool, though. I'd be lying if I said these stages were always. We've officially entered the intermission in my video gaming years from 2006 to 2007. Sort of just coasting along with what I had. That didn't mean I wasn't getting new games. Rather, I was getting them when I saw them at Big Lots or GameStop for like $5. Like Operation Krabby Patty and the SpongeBob movie on PC. But these really weren't anything to write home about, especially Operation Krabby Patty. Well, outside of the cutscenes.
Where am I gonna get that kind of money?
The levels are easier to jump in and blast through, while on Wii U, they actually feel like they have a point for it, so pick your poison. In the end, though, Rayman Legends is awesome. Yeah, it really stunk to get that delay. I was playing his PlayStation 2. I'd say it was he had Need for Speed Most Wanted, which was fun, but I was absolutely drawn to Pac-Man World 2. So much so that when I told him I owned a PlayStation 1, he lent me the game, assuming it would work on the focus being on DC quality's going downhill. No matter how hard I tried, I wasn't getting any use out of this damn PS1. And believe me, I tried. And in no time did I try harder than when I got my one and only PlayStation game as a gift. Now, you may be asking, what game might that be? Well, there's only one SpongeBob game on it. This one's SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge. This was not only a birthday present, but one from a friend. And when you get a video game from somebody other than your parents, I mean, that's a big deal. I remember seeing a friend have this game over at their house and really wanted it, considering I actually had a PS1. Though asking for a game on that console in the mid-2000s, that's a bit tricky. That's like asking for not bubonic plague in 1350. So I don't know where they found it. Nintendo tried a new but after so many years, I think I finally know.
Oh,
Best way to describe this game is just kind of lame. I won't go as far as saying it's really fucking bad. I just say it's really bad. There's nothing to this. Other games I had as a kid, when I popped them in again, I can't wait to do certain things. They just left such an impact on me. Even if the game itself wasn't all too great. Super Sponge? There's not a single damn thing I want to re-experience. This is such a basic and bland 2D platform that just doesn't do anything interesting or unique or cool.
This game looks amazing.
This
even
was
today.
a
So
last
amazing. I'm not even
resort
sure if
for
an
me back
HD
then.
remaster was that necessary, but I'm not
Fine,
complaining.
I'll eat my leg.
Only
Wind Waker
pop in
HD
when you
is
genuinely have
stunning.
nothing
They
better
gave
to
an
do.
already
It may not have frustrated me back then, but it just felt like a waste of time.
1080p
And
resolution.
that
It
was my
looks
PlayStation
truly
1 library.
remarkable.
Though couldn't
After
live
seeing
without
this
it.
version,
Much like how
it's easy to
I
forget
can't
how
live
good the
without
original
arsenic.
visuals were. And in some
I would
cases,
have gotten more
I think
use
it's a
out of
little
this
superior.
thing if the
Wind Waker
damn
HD's lighting
PS2
is
game worked
very
on it. Well,
exaggerated,
thankfully, I
emphasizing
eventually found
bloom and
Pac-Man World
realistic
2 for the
shadows, which helps
GameCube at a
emphasize
GameStop for
the bright tropical
$5.
setting.
Finally,
But
no
it's
need for my
quite
cousin
different
anymore.
from the original's
This game just
very
made me
deliberate
happy.
style.
I never got
The
far in
shading
it,
and
but
color
that's
choice
not what it was
isn't
about.
a
It was
hand-drawn
about the
cartoon compared to the
bouncy,
more
jolly-ass
focused look
atmosphere.
of
The
HD.
controls were just
This
plain
isn't a
fun
bad
to
thing.
use, and
I
it was
think the Wii U
simply
game
well
can
designed.
oftentimes look
I always
better than the
considered this to be a
GameCube
solid evolution of the original Pac-Man.
looks
If you had to turn
consistently
this into a big
Well, in
3D
HD,
platforming world,
the lighting can
this
make
is how
some
you
scenes
do it.
look off.
I can pop this
Sometimes
in
it's more
whenever
striking,
and have a
other times
grand
it's
old
far
time.
less.
And because
I
of that,
think in the end,
I
do
do
love
question
the way
why I never got
both of
far
these
here.
games look
I
in
really only
different
ever
ways.
played a bit
While
past the
Wind Waker
first
looks
boss.
great all
I
the
think a
time,
good
the
chunk of my
highs of
memories
Wind
came
Waker
from
HD's
playing it over
graphics
at my
are
cousin's.
so
Then
damn
when I
high.
got it for
While the
myself,
lows,
I
they're
think
not
most of the
bad, they just
satisfaction
look a
came from
little
me
weird.
finally
But that
owning it
shouldn't
rather
take
than,
away
oh,
from how
yeah, this is all I'm gonna
visually
fucking
striking
do from
HD
now
is
on. With
overall.
that being said,
This is an
I
already
will
great title
always
that's
have a soft
infinitely
spot
enhanced
for
by the
Pac-Man
graphics.
World 2.
It's just so
whatever
fun
this
to
game
look
would
at.
do,
You want to take
you
it
know
every
I'd support
location
it.
at every
Damn
angle
it.
Now,
possible.
something I had
Wind Waker may
always
not
wanted
have
to dabble in
needed a
was the
remaster due to
fabled
how well it
game
held up,
trade.
but it's
Your
obvious
friend
why
has a
it
game,
got
you
one.
have
They took something
a
that already
friend,
looked
and you
amazing
agree
and
to
made it look
swap
amazing
all
games.
over
I
again.
wanted this
In
so
a
bad. I
whole
practically
new
begged
way.
one of my
That's
friends
not
to
it
do
when
it.
it comes to
You know,
changes.
Mario
We
Kart
fixed
Double
a
Dash, which
handful
we
of
played
glaring
a
issues from the
ton
original during
The
sleepovers.
Triforce
I
Quest near the end of the
adored
game
what
has
I
been
played,
abridged. The boat
especially
speed
the
can be
battle
upgraded
mode.
with the new
I was
sale item,
desperate
plus
to
you
own
can
that
now use
myself,
motion
but
control
he
for aiming, and the game has
refused to
touchscreen
trade
for
it with me.
inventory
Hell, not
management,
even
which
let
is
me buy it
one
off
of the
of him because
best
he didn't want any
upgrades.
of my games.
The interface
Why?
is so
But
user-friendly.
one game
It's
he
much easier to
was
quickly
willing to
assign
part with
items
for a
to
crisp
buttons this way.
$10
It's a seemingly
was
basic use of
Super
the second screen,
Mario
but it's so
Sunshine.
effective.
You know,
This may
I was
sound boring,
excited
but
before
Wind Waker
realizing one of
HD
the games he
has some
owned
of
at the
the
time was
best
Nicktoons Battle for
gamepad
Volcano
use. And
Island.
it's not even
Why did he want to get rid of
required.
this
You can use a
one?
Pro
Maybe
controller
it's
and play the
because
game
Mario
normally.
Sunshine
This
is
is
a
a
bit of an acquired
superb
taste,
upgrade.
like
It
wine or
allows Wind
benzene.
Waker to
I really
shine
wanted this
like
because I
never
loved
before.
the Mario
At this
games
time
on
in
the
the game,
NES, my
most
Game
HD
Boy. I
remasters
recall
and
trying out a
remakes,
Super
you
Mario
could tell
game
they
on
were old
Nintendo
games.
64
Well, with
I
Wind
liked.
Waker HD, that's
Damn it,
not
I'm
the
bad with
case.
names.
This
And I was
doesn't
getting
feel
pretty
like
tired
something
of
to
not
help
having
fill
any
the gap in the Wii U
actual
release
video
schedule.
games for my
This
GameCube.
just flat out feels
Hell,
like a
even
Wii U
Pac-Man
game.
World
And when
2.
that Wii U
Nowadays,
game
if you bring up
is
how you like
Wind
that
Waker,
game,
one of the
why even
greatest
bother?
adventure
Just say you
games
were
of
born in
all time, with some
1997.
of
That's
its
just as
biggest
effective.
initial
It's
flaws
like you'd
ironed out.
only
You
care about
have
the games I
not
owned
only
if you
one of
were
the
a
best Wii U
genuine
games,
child in that
but flat
era.
out
I was ready to
one of the
experience
best
a
games
real
of
game.
all time. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind
Mario
Waker
Sunshine
HD
was another I didn't get
is
too awful far in, but I still loved what I
fell in love with
played.
it after
Much like
picking
Pac-Man
it up
World
at
2,
retail later that
it was
holiday.
just plain
You can
fun
tell
to
Nintendo knew how
control.
special
Using
this
FUD
was.
to clean up all the
gold,
sludge was so
shimmering box art
satisfying.
released
Jumping
alongside a
about and
limited
running
edition
around felt
exclusive to
good.
GameStop.
And
This was
thankfully,
only
I
$10
didn't get
more,
far
and you
enough
get
in
a
here to
whole
realize
ass
why Mario
Ganondorf
Sunshine is an
figurine.
acquired
Hello,
taste.
The game by itself was only $50.
Yeah, that's
This
not
was
great.
truly
But this
the era
proved to
of
me I was
Nintendo's not
missing
doing
out
well
on
and
a
passing the
ton
savings on to
with the
you.
lifestyle I
gotta
chose for myself.
combine their
There's
stuff.
a world
And nowhere
beyond
was that more
licensed
evident
games, you
than
know?
the Wii
And if
that
it's
you
half the
directed
quality
in
of Super
September.
Mario Sunshine,
they were giving these
that's
things
a
to
world
anybody.
worth living
Yeah,
in.
after
And
a
I
full
think the
year,
game
out
I
2
did
years since it
have
was
that
teased,
sounded the
Wii
most
U
appealing to me was Grand Theft Auto. The concept behind being able to do whatever you want in this giant, realistic city boggled my mind. I viewed this as the game to end all games. Why would you play anything else?
You would have to buy a
Listen, man, I'm not even
sure what my parents' stance on N-rated games were, because I was too goddamn scared to ask. I knew this stuff wasn't for me. I knew I couldn't buy these myself without the cashier
to try it.
But that was exploding. I don't know. I didn't want to risk it. I never asked for anything like this because I just always assumed the answer would have been no. Which is why one day at GameStop, I picked up
reading that headline on my phone on the bus to high school,
specifically to scratch that GTA
Wii Sports
The Simpsons
in HD
hit
with
and
online
run.
play.
Ready to
It was
for,
everything
thank God,
I thought I ever
online.
wanted.
While Road Rage copied Crazy Taxi, Hit and Run copied
the more I
GTA.
think about this,
It's pretty wild how
more it
all
feels like a
Simpsons games that released in this generation
Wii
were
Sports
blatant
Club
rip-offs
was
of
the
other
name,
titles.
and they only
That
had
didn't
two
make
sports
Hit and
ready
Run a
for
bad
launch in
game.
November, with
It made
the rest of them
Simpsons
coming at a
skateboarding
later
more.
date.
But
Each
this
being
was
sold
an
separately under a
excellent
payment
time,
method that was supposed to
especially if you
replicate
were a
a
fan of the
country
show. Though I think you can definitely
can
get a
just
lot
play
out of
Wii
this one on
Sports.
its own.
And hey, if we do that after a Wii U system update in late September,
I
we
love
can play it
dicking
alongside
around in this
all
game.
other Wii
It
games.
was a great blend
on
of
the
GTA and traditional
God,
3D
this
platforms.
changes
The story portions
everything.
were fun,
This
but
had
things
so
would
much
always end up
value. It
right back
practically
where
turns
they
this into
started.
a
The
portable
reason
Wii.
I
This
bought
is
this game
amazing.
in the first place.
Oh, why would I possibly want to do that?
Off-TV play for Wii mode is a bit misleading. You pretty
Now
much
you
use
may
the
be
gamepad
asking
as a
what the
small
other game I
display to
bought
play
at
your Wii
GameStop
games
was.
on.
You still have
I
to
am
use the
too.
original
Harry
controllers,
Potter
the camera on
Quidditch
here
World
doubles as a
Cup.
sensor bar,
It was
which
the
is
cheapest
pretty
game
neat.
available.
It's not a
I
useless
watched
feature
3
at
of the
all, but it
movies.
does show how
Sure,
duct taped together
I
this
popped it in
operating
once.
system
I
is in
don't
the
even think I
background.
got past the main
gamepad
menu.
features all
That
the
was
same
my
buttons as
GameCube
a Wii
library.
Classic controller.
By the year
Why can't I use this
2007,
in
you can tell
Wii
my
or
current
Smash
roster
Brothers
of game
Brawl, or to
consoles was
scroll through
losing
the
their
Wii
luster.
menu is
During
beyond
one of the
But
fabled
this led
Mario
into a
Kart Double
Nintendo
Dash
Direct the
sleepovers,
following
one of my
day.
friends whipped out
First
their
day of October,
Nintendo DS
kicking things
with
off with a
Cars
new
the video
trailer
game
for
in
Super
tow.
Mario
I was
3D
awestruck
And
at the
unlike the
size
first
of the
one to
game
be
cards.
3D,
How the
this one
visuals were
actually elicited
far more advanced than
emotion out of me.
anything I saw on the GBA.
Gone was the
This was
sterile,
like the
bland
fanciest
style
game
and
system I had
in
ever
games of actual
seen.
damn
It
personality.
looked so premium with its two screens, touch input, 3D visuals. The games came in a plastic case. You could choke on the cartridges. They couldn't do that on Genesis, damn it. Soon after, everywhere I looked,
of Mario
everybody had
Going
a
from
DS.
this
Kids
year's
using
Mario game
PictoChat,
to
sending
a
messages,
must
raising dogs, doing
I
all
was getting
kinds
pretty
of
optimistic
things
about
I thought
Wii
wasn't
U
even
at this
remotely
time.
possible
I mean,
on
the
the
game
go.
lineup was
What?
really
For my
shaping up.
10th
You had a
birthday
3D
in
Mario,
June of
tons of other
2007,
games this
I
holiday
got
season,
a
and a
white
price cut to the
Nintendo
mix.
DS Lite
It felt like
and
things could actually
Nintendogs,
turn around.
Labs,
Hey,
and
Scott,
Friends.
it's you from the
I
future.
remember this
I
is
have
one of those
bad
birthday
news.
gifts you knew you were
have
getting before you got it.
eczema.
You know what they went to the store with my
Wii Party U
parents
released in
and pointed
October
out the exact
2013.
things
Oh,
I wanted.
man, just what the
That
Wii
might
U
have taken
needed.
away from
A
some
multiplayer
excitement,
party
but
game
at least
focused
we
on
didn't have a
using the
situation on our
gamepad.
hands.
Next,
He
I
said
hope
he
you get a
wanted a
multi-platform game
DS.
missing
The
features.
Nintendo DS
You
Lite
say
was the
Nintendo
first
doesn't
game system I
listen to
owned
fans.
where I
This is actually
truly
one of those
felt
fabled
passionate about it
no-brainer
in the
games to
moment.
pick up,
The
as it
GBA and
costs
GameCube, I
$49.99
loved these
and
things
came
to
bundled
death, but
with
at
a
the
Wii
time,
remote,
they were
essentially
just the
making
game
Wii Party
systems I
U
happened to own.
$10.
The DS,
I don't know
I
whether
actively
that's really
seeked out.
cool or
I
incredibly
wanted this
concerning.
thing, damn
Nintendo's
it,
pulled
and
this
oddly
trick
enough,
before with
I think
games like Wii
PictoChat
Play
had a
and Blink
lot to
Smash,
do
and
with
oftentimes these
To be
games
honest,
aren't worth
they
any
only
more than
use this to
$20
send
by
messages to
themselves.
other DS
It's still a good
users,
deal.
but that's not why I wanted
But
to use it.
However,
I
Wii
used it to
Party U
create
doesn't
crude
feel like it was
flipbook
designed
animations,
around this
and that's
bundle.
the story I'm
This is
sticking
a
to.
full game
But
through and through.
Nintendogs
I wouldn't
was
think twice
the
about being
true standout
$50
here.
without a Wii remote.
And
This
honestly,
is an
I
amazing
couldn't
deal.
think of
No
a better
doubt.
way to show off the
Why
handheld.
wouldn't you
The
buy Wii
bubble
Party
blower
U?
toy.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you know, you
It's
know.
Wii Party U.
This is a cute game that you can have some fun
Right?
with, but it
I
just
wasn't very
does
imaginative
not
here.
have much
I only had
lasting
2
appeal.
dogs, both
Which is
based
strange
off of the
considering
dogs
how
my
much
family
stuff
already
is
had.
here. I mean, it's
Both were black
bursting at
labs.
the
So I may
seams
not
with
have
modes
pushed
and
Nintendogs
minigames.
to the limits
It's
of
like
what
this
it
is the
could
only game
do,
you'll
but
ever
that's
need.
not the point of these types
In
of games.
hell,
These
there's
were
just
my
nothing to
e-dogs,
these
and I
modes
raised
after
them how I
1 or 2
wanted to,
playthroughs.
damn it.
They
Wrong.
oftentimes last
This
10
was
minutes
such
are
a
fun,
magical
but then you
and
play them again,
addicting
and
game
the
back
magic
then.
is gone that
And nowadays,
second
there's
time.
not really
You
much
then move
reason to
on to
go
the
back.
next mode,
It
and
just
it's
doesn't
the
feel like there's
same
enough
exact
content
story.
to keep me
Rinse and
engaged
repeat.
outside of a
The
quick
gamepad use
nostalgia
here
trip
could be
here and
cute and
there. But hey,
interesting,
that's
but
no
also a bit
problem because
forced,
I
with
think
games oftentimes
Nintendogs
putting
did its
utilizing
job
controller
and then
over
some
being fun.
during its
But Wii
prime.
Party Wii U's big idea with this thing was the tabletop
That's code for I never need to play this ever again.
But damn, what an introduction! I was in love with the DS. It was so cool. I just had to get something else for it.
Why Wii Party U comes bundled with the gamepad horizontal stand.
Something! It was a summer afternoon.
Wii Party U
we were in a Walmart with my
okay.
grandpa.
It's nothing to write
Walked through
home
the
about,
video game
but
section.
I'm
There was
already here
something.
anyways.
You buy
Frankly,
this for the Wii Remote bundle.
Unbelievable.
That's a huge bonus in this game's favor.
DS
But even on its own,
browser.
it's definitely serviceable. Just don't
Holy
expect it to last you a while.
That's That's a web page! I can surf the web on my DS for only the exact amount of money I had in my wallet at that exact moment after saving up for months? Well, this must be destiny because I have exactly that!
Yeah, I immediately bought this. Could you blame me? I always wanted a laptop, be able to use the computer wherever I please. I was begging my parents for a netbook. I thought those were damn cheap, but really exciting. I didn't need to beg for that. All I needed was my DS and
to question if this game stinks.
I did not understand the concept of Wi-Fi back then. Hell, we didn't even have it. So this was literally useless. I played it all the time. I was desperate for it to work. I would pop it in just praying for something to magically happen. Fiddling around with the settings constantly. I mean, it was kind of cool to have an interface like this on the DS. It sort of felt like I had a computer on the go.
Yeah, what the
that didn't work,
you
but
give Super
still,
Mario Galaxy
I was pretty damn bummed about this. One of my first
Jerry,
full-price games I bought myself. I think we were all a little goddamn web browser I was never able to use. I can't wait to tear into this one on my deathbed. Thankfully, a few months later, I rectified that poor choice with Lost World. Just a choice. My next DS game was Looney Tunes Duck Weird design choices. I think I remember seeing this advertised alongside this big Looney Tunes console game in 2007, Acme Arsenal. Really strange how this uses the same, somewhat darker style when this is anything but. Back in the day, I was a connoisseur of classic animation, specifically the old Warner Brothers stuff. You had the TV channel Boomerang, which would play all the content Cartoon Network was too cool to air anymore. Why? Listen, I will never act like a lot of this stuff was all too great, but I always had a soft spot for retro media like this. It was always really comforting. I love the history behind it all, and the Boomerang TV channel itself was so reliable. It played the same damn things over and over again. Had no commercials, yet played the same. You're watching Boomerang spots constantly in place of ad breaks, and because it was more of a specialty channel available on certain cable packages, and my dad constantly swapped providers to get a better deal, I'd have access to Boomerang, and then I would. And then a year later, I'd get it again, and lo and behold, it's playing the same old. Thank God they're using the gamepad. But my favorite programming on there was the classic Looney Tunes shorts. I adored these. That Acme Arsenal game looked kind of cool, dumb to complain about in a felt like it was trying too hard to be cool. Like it's Foghorn Leghorn with a fucking gun.
It's about damn time.
Duck Amuck wasn't trying to be that. Rather, it was a faithful adaptation of the short, specifically the one it's named after, where an artist is dicking around with the duck. And quite frankly, this might be one of the most ingenious licensed games of all time. Just look at this box art. It's like, oh, you get to be that artist with the DS stylus. That's such a great idea. It had a lot of drawbacks. Sonic in 3D mostly felt like you were running down an alleyway. It was fun, but props to the developer Wii Sports for making this in the first place. It's such a cool concept, and it's chock full of voice acting and great animation that this genuinely feels like you're interacting with a Looney Tunes short. But this novelty only goes so far when the game itself is basically just a shallow minigame collection. And now to be fair, not like this doesn't make sense as a minigame collection. You're an artist putting Daffy Duck in silly scenarios and messing around with him. I don't think RTS was the right move. But it just doesn't make this a super compelling title outside of the well-executed premise. As a kid, though, it was a cute time. I remember I showed this to my 3-year-old cousin who loved it. He would beg me to play the Duck game again. It's just, I think that shows how this game did what it set out to do, and it was one I really appreciated. Now, Duck Amuck was a game I recall getting at a GameStop one day on a whim, something I just wanted in that moment. But the next DS title I got around this time was one of the first games my eyes were glued to from reveal to release. Geez, Scott, you exclaim. What game might that be? I'll give you a nothing. Who gives a shit? Which is a bummer considering Simpsons game. This was actually a pretty hyped up release at the time. I mean, the title itself ignores the dozens of other Simpsons games, asserting this is the Simpsons game. And I have the brown hair and glasses. EA put so much behind this one. I remember checking out the website multiple times a week, watching the new trailers. Most of the levels were parodies of other video games. They released trailers trailers for each of them as if they were actual standalone games, and I loved that. Plus, the game itself looked gorgeous. The cell shading really helped it stand out, especially compared to something like Hit and Run, which looked fine, but this, it was like you were transported into the show. On top of that, many of the cutscenes were animated in 2D, just like the series. This was really damn cool at the time. I was so pumped. Definitely helped that 2007 was a big year for the Simpsons franchise with the movie releasing that summer. That made it so much easier to ask for the worst version of the game. Yeah, the only console I owned that this released on at the time was the DS. It felt like this game was taunting you if you bought it on any platform other than the Xbox 360, with each one getting different box art. I really like this, but it makes this one seem like the serious one, with the others being just a flat-out joke. Well, the DS version is a 2D platformer, though it retains full video cutscenes, which was awesome to have on a handheld. I remember actually watching these things at restaurants while waiting for our food, while you remember being socially acceptable. The cutscenes in the DS game were weird, though. They were mostly the same, though used the 3D models from the console game, which these are both just video files, so why do this? It's not like the DS version can't run the regular cutscenes. Why? There's like an entire episode's worth of video content here, which was so damn cool. The game itself, I mean, I beat it back then, though I don't remember thinking it was all too special outside of the presentation. It just beat up enemies, use your character's unique abilities to cross a path or open one with your partner, then swap over to them, rinse and repeat. It's fine, just a little bland. Honestly, I think I powered through it mostly just to unlock all the cutscenes and extra items to use in the Nintendo spoof exclusive to this version. I enjoyed it, but I never really need to play it again. Around Christmas time in 07, I saw a commercial for Mario games popping up on TV. Probably for New Super Mario Brothers or actually maybe Mario Party DS, I'm not sure. But that got my mom to ask me, hey, would you want something like that? I want something like that. Do pigs have organs? Man, I was ready for a new Mario experience. I was hearing all kinds of things about all the amazing Mario games on the DS. And on Christmas Eve, I was allowed to open up one present early. I saw one with a familiar shape, ripped it open, and laid my eyes on my mom's gift for me. My next Mario game. The same day as not only
my mom should do stand-up.
Okay, well, this wasn't disappointing by any means. Rather, just a bit confusing. Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2. I think the giant mini Mario on the front made this one stick out to my mom just simply looking for a Mario game. And while I would have probably preferred some of the other options at the time, I'm thankful she picked this one for the opening alone. They pulled it together, this blew me away. Gave it their all, and supplied the Wii U with one of the best games that holiday season. This was incredible. And the console started to sell. People just had to have the latest and greatest Mario. Always loved the inclusion of that in a game. Though this was one of those that only made sense if you had a specific puzzle to create in mind rather than your stupid-ass imagination coming to life. For that, I had Drawn to Life. This, music, everything I always dreamed of right here. This is a very basic 2D platformer, but with the added gimmick of you drawing your own character, designing numerous elements of the world. 3D World has always been an interesting game for me to discuss. Drawing all of this was actually key to the plot. It wasn't like you were making your own game, which kind of disappointed me. But that didn't stop me from lying to my friends on the bus. I drew myself as the character and passed it to somebody saying, "This is my game I made." I then continued to lie and say, "There's a power-up that can turn you into Super Sky." I took the DS, quickly drew a mask and cape onto him and gave it back. He then said, "Oh yeah, he's definitely faster now."
Yeah, I wanted to reserve my place in hell early.
Similar to the Simpsons game, there was another licensed DS title I had my eyes on, mainly because I didn't have any of the home consoles it released on. And that was 2007 SpongeBob game, Atlantis Square Panics. Yeah, no more GameCube, just strictly Wii and PlayStation 2, alongside GBA and DS versions as well. To be honest, I was starting to get out of my SpongeBob game phase at the time. And maybe that's because the show was starting to go downhill. The games were as well. I don't know, but either way, I felt it was tradition at this point. This was the new SpongeBob game I had to play it.
And it
so
succeeded
this
at
was
that.
the final
But it
DS
made the
game
game
I
feel
got that
pretty
Christmas. I
non-essential
can't say
to
the premise
play.
of the title
pretty
intrigued me.
much every
This
Mario
was just a
game
time
is
with
really,
a
really
40-minute
good. And
TV
this one looks
special
just like
and
3D
a bad
Land or
one at
New
that.
Super Mario
I
Brothers,
didn't
but in
even
3D
like
now.
this
So,
episode.
well, yes,
It was
this game was
boring. The jokes were
fantastic.
lame as
It
hell.
wasn't really
It
the
felt like they
killer
came
app
up with the
Wii U
title,
needed.
felt it had to be
It
a
was a
big
must-have
episode,
if you
and just
already
let it
owned a Wii
meander
U.
on without any
But to everybody
direction or
else, this looked like
substance.
nothing
I
new.
had
It
to
barely
have
used
the
the
game.
Wii U
Atlantis
gamepad
Square
outside of a
Panis
few
on
levels
DS was
where we
actually pretty
shoehorned
damn
in,
impressive. I mean,
forcing
it's
touchscreen
basically a
gimmicks for no
3D
reason.
platformer,
Well,
which
it
was
looked good.
really
It was
cool.
super
This was
polished
the
and
closest I got
colorful.
to something
The
like
art style
Battle for
doesn't leave
Bikini
a lasting
Bottom
impression
on the
in a game like
go.
Mario
It's
Galaxy
something I
did. The gameplay
desperately
of
wanted
mixing
during the
2D
GBA
Mario with
days.
3D
Though
Mario,
two
well,
things
done
really held this one
incredibly
back
well.
for me.
Just
First
wasn't
off,
what
the
the Wii U
lack of
needed
voice
at the time.
acting,
We
hardware
needed a
limitations,
big
and who
game
gives
with
a
huge,
source material
detailed
helped
worlds.
this title feel
Not
pretty
sanitized obstacle
empty.
courses
The
in the
levels are all
sky.
based on
So
locations I
hopefully
couldn't care
that
less
explains why
about,
this
and
thing
the
didn't
lands
really
themselves,
move units well.
they're
Still getting
fine,
rave
but
reviews.
not really all too
Nintendo
interesting to
consoles are
explore.
oftentimes
Secondly,
defined
the
by the
character
big
switching
Mario
mechanic
game that
is
releases them.
probably this
And
game's
for 3D
biggest
World to be the
setback.
Wii U's,
You always have
I
a
think
partner
would
in the
held a
levels, and you can
special,
pick who you want to
significant
play
moment
as
from the
beforehand.
console,
But
putting
stages
a lot of
require a
pressure on
specific
3D World
combo
to be
most of the
something that
time,
wasn't
and you
trying
can't
to
change
be.
characters on the fly.
Nobody was.
You have to
This
backtrack
really
all the way
needed
to
to
the
be a
beginning
game
to
that
select
came
the
out
character you need.
after a
It's
Super Mario
dumb.
Odyssey type
We made it this far in
I mean,
humanity,
look at how
and we're
that
still
game
picking up the
excited
Atlantis Square
everybody.
Panis
It felt like
character
Mario,
switch
but with
mechanic.
so many
I thought
new
this was a
and
neat little
innovative
time
ideas
waster.
delivered
I
an
appreciated the
experience
effort put
you
into it,
had to
though
have
it just
right
didn't really grab me.
now.
But
Whereas
something
3D
that
World is a
did
lot
grab
more laid
me
back.
was
It's
a
different
certain
style of
new
3D
game
Mario. There's nothing
console
wrong
at the
with that.
time.
There's a place for this game, and I
Seriously,
love
it won't let
but
go.
it makes more
By
sense
2007,
as
it was
another 3D Mario
everybody's
on a
civic
system
duty to give a
rather
damn
than
about
the
owning a Wii. I
only
remember using the
3D
internet to
Mario
go down
on a
a
system. With
Wikipedia
that being
rabbit
said,
hole, just
I
clicking on every
love
article for a movie
Super
or
Mario
TV
3.
show or game that interested
Each
you.
and
And
every
that's where I
stage is
saw
expertly
the
crafted.
Atlantis Square
Well, they
Panis
may
game
use that
was coming to
non-organic,
something called
geometric,
a
video
Wii.
gamey
Later that
design.
Halloween, I
They're
went
also
trick-or-treating
incredibly
with a
fun to
friend
blast
who
with.
owned one.
Whether you're
Got my
alone
first
or with
experience
friends,
with Wii Sports
the amount of
before I got
power-ups
my
is
first experience
absurd
with
and
Big
keeps things
Hunk.
consistently exciting. And the different
To
playable
the
characters, each with
history
their own
books.
attributes,
This was
is an
obviously like
awesome
the
addition.
coolest
The
thing I'd ever
soundtrack is
seen. The
incredible.
problem was
The visuals
everybody
are so
else
damn
thought that
squeaky
too.
clean
And if
and
you
can
were around at
genuinely
this
be
time,
impressive
you
at
will
times,
know
even
the
if the art
hell
style
needed
is
to
not
endure in
And the
order to
final
find a
world being
Wii
a
for sale.
Bowser-themed
Every
amusement
store
park,
we
the
go
final
to,
boss
my
being this
parents would ask the
incredible
clerk, who
journey up to a
definitely already
tower
got that
ambushed
question
by
dozens of
Simpsons
times that day.
Bowser.
No,
The
they had
levels
a
you
few
unlock
Wii's come in
afterwards just
today,
keep
and
you
they
playing
sold through
more
them
and more,
immediately.
unlocking
It
Rosalina
frankly
as a playable
felt
character, powering through one
hopeless.
of the
I think
hardest
that
final
urge to get a
levels in
Wii was
Mario's
heightened
history.
by how difficult it was
This
to
game
get one at
was
that
in the
time, though.
wrong place
I mean,
at the
I wanted
wrong
one
time.
so
I think it's
bad, but like,
genuinely
why else would my parents
fantastic.
try that hard? I had
Just
enough to
can't
keep me
replace
busy.
a
I think they
big
definitely
open
wanted to
3D
give me
Mario
this thing
adventure.
I wanted,
That's
but the
because Super
craze
Mario
surrounding
3D
it at the
World is
time
its own
made it a game
kind
in
of
of
Mario
itself
game.
trying to
One
buy
that
it.
deserves to
And
be
in
played by
spring of
everybody.
2008, on
One
a
that
random
deserves
April day,
recognition, and
my
one
parents finally
that
did it.
deserved better than
Cheat.
being
My
the
mom
Wii
found
U's
one on
3D
eBay. It was more
This kept me
expensive,
busy
but I think
for
she just wanted to
months.
get this over
It
with.
may not have
I
been
remember
what the
I was
Wii U
playing
needed,
outside, and she
but it was
called me
definitely
in,
what
and
Wii
for
U
some reason,
offers.
the thought crossed my mind.
Mario action on
What
the
if she
platform we got
found
in
a
November.
Wii? I have
You know how
no
things
clue
work
why I thought
logistically.
that,
One thing happens
but
in
it turned out to be
2013,
true.
we're sure
That's
to get
right, I'll
another.
kick a
Mario
psychic's
and Sonic at the
ass.
Sochi
They could have waited 2 months to
2014
give me this for my
Olympic Winter
birthday,
Games.
but
The
I guess they
second
wanted to
title
check
in
out this
Nintendo and
system
Sega
just as much
Sonic
as I did.
exclusivity
So,
deal.
one of
Was
the
worth
few
it.
random
These
ass
games,
big gifts I got for no
they're
particular
fine at
reason
best.
right
These
here.
are
Taking
mini-game
it out of the
collections
package, it was
disguised
definitely a lot
as
smaller than
20+
you'd
sports in
expect.
one package.
And my dad was
But none of them
anticipating
have the
something
depth and
computer
variety
tower
if you weren't
sized.
playing
I
them
plugged it
more
in,
than
made our
2
Mii's, and
times.
with only one
Maybe.
Wii remote
Don't get me
controller,
wrong, most of
my My family and I all tried out the multiplayer sports you could play with just one,
Mario and Sonic
bowling and golf.
and
But
it
this
was
entry was going to be different.
As an only
It's
child,
in
I
HD
didn't
now,
really
it
have
has
many
online
people to
play,
play
and
games
it's the worst
with.
one
But
yet.
now with the Wii, this was something my parents
So this
understood
game
and
is just
greatly
too
enjoyed.
lame.
I
It's
just
pretty much a
remember
less fun,
really
overly
valuing these
complicated
times,
repeat of
looking
Olympic
forward to
winter
playing
games on
bowling
Wii.
with them,
A
or
handful
making
of the
Mii's of
events
the other
require you to
family
play them
members,
with the
and bringing
Wii
the
Remote
system
Plus.
to others' houses for
Controller
them to
down,
try,
swap to the
laughing each
gamepad,
and every
and then
time
go
the
right
bowling
back to
ball
the Wii
accidentally
Remote.
got launched towards
Genuinely
the crowd.
upsetting. The
This
promise
was
of
a
online play
magical
was
device.
exciting,
I
but
remember
then you
running
realize
home
it's
to
only
play it for
available
a
in
good
4
few
events.
weeks after I first got
Then
it.
you
Like, this was
realize
the
none of the events in
only
Mario
thing
and
that
Sonic
mattered.
have enough
And
depth to
Wii
really
Sports
want
was
to
the
play
only
them
game we had
online.
for a
The
second, though
presentation's
thankfully
pretty damn
soon
good
after,
here, though. Like,
I was
these
able to convince
character
my
models
parents
are
to pick up a
so
Wii
damn
Play,
high
and
quality.
it came with a
Plus,
second
some
Wii
of the
remote for
dream
a
events,
cool
which are
50
wackier
clams.
Mario and
Now
Sonic
we could all
takes
play
on Olympic
tennis
sports
together
are
and
pretty cool.
baseball. We no longer
But is
had to
that
pass
reason
the
enough
remote
to
to play
buy this
bowling and
game?
golf.
Okay, well, what if
And
they offered
no
a
more
bundle
rings on the
containing a
coffee
blue
table.
Wii Remote
Ah,
Plus
man, I can't
for
lie and act like I
$59.99,
didn't play
$10
Wii
more
Play
than
so
the
too
base game. They were
goddamn
just
much.
giving
These
things
two
away.
right here. This is all
Why
I
were they
needed with
giving
my new
these away?
console.
Who
That
would practice in Wii Sports, then have a little tournament with either my parents or friends, or just mess around in Wii Play, which was definitely really basic, but a fun kind of basic. The addictive kind, like 52 Pickup.
Nintendo and Sega should be ashamed of creating these characters in the first place if it led to this unholy fucking dick and shit.
53. Really hard to validate. We play to others sometimes.
Just another reason
when one of your
to
9
hate this game.
minigames is
discussions. Well, if that's exactly what I don't want, then Wii Fit U was for me.
I played this as a kid. When I wasn't eating dog urine, yes.
But I viewed this as a go for the high score arcadey experience. And having gold medals, seeing how long you can last. Most of these were dead simple and fairly shallow, but I think that added to their charm and made for an effective introduction to the Wii. I love these two, and they were consistently played for the next few years. But I needed a big boy title for the Wii, and these were practically tech demos, so show me what you got.
Enough.
Sonic Riders Zero Gravity was my 11th birthday present. Only 10 more years. I think this was another March of the Minis situation. My mom saw this in the store and remembered how I liked the other Sonic games I played, so nabbed this without realizing how fucking dreadful this was. I don't blame her. I do that all the time.
I didn't think it would be that bad.
First impressions were unbelievable here, though. The CGI opening was unlike anything I had ever seen. Say what you will about Sega at this time, but they knew how to make a CG opening and survive. But soon after, it all went downhill for me. I just didn't know what the hell I was doing in this game. I was down for a Sonic racing game, especially with this crazy new controller, but the Sonic Riders games have always been what the far more technical than I was anticipating. I could never win here, and it confused me to no end. Most of the time, I would boot this game up, just watch the opening, and sit on the menu afterwards. I didn't understand this game, and to be quite honest, I still don't. I know I haven't given this thing a fair shake and took the time to understand its quirks, but I'm getting older. Time is running out, and if I'm gonna spend my day either learning Sonic Riders Zero Gravity or going outside and making the most out of my life, I'm gonna eat fucking Cheetos, damn it. Well, the next game I picked up was the home console version of Atlantis Square Panis. Yes, now that I had a Wii, I could finally fulfill my destiny to play each of the yearly SpongeBob games.
Really impressed by Wii
Oh
Fit
my
U.
god.
I think this was THQ's breaking point with the annual SpongeBob releases. I mean, just the fact this was based on a TV special instead of an original idea made this feel so cheap. This didn't feel like they wanted to make another SpongeBob game. This felt like they scrambled to put one out to meet the quota. The creature from the Krusty Krab developers are back.
Oh, thank Christ, we're moving on.
Cutscenes that feel like a throwback to the old SpongeBob PC games I played, which was sort of cool. But then when we enter the game, wow.
Then it got re-unveiled the next
this
year.
This is unacceptable, man. You can tell how little damn time they had to whip something up. There are 14 levels, which are more so minigames, and a third of them are push the button at the right time. Why else would they put this in the game? It's because they didn't have time to give you actual things to do. It's not even like you're doing this to a rhythm like Dance Dance Revolution. You just push the right buttons. The visuals on screen aren't even interesting. It's just characters walking or standing. It's so goddamn embarrassing. The other levels aren't much better. Another third of these first-person rail shooter segments, and then there's the vehicle stages and 2 of these overhead puzzle platforming ones. And none of these are special whatsoever. They feel like they're here because they were the easiest and quickest to develop while maintaining a somewhat high-quality presentation, something at least sort of in line with what you'd expect out of a SpongeBob game visually and audibly. The voice actors are all here, except for Mr. Krabs, who they oftentimes couldn't get the official voice for in-game, so they'd settle for an impersonator. In Atlantis Square Panis, they don't even do that. They just keep him silent, so he's just jumping around most of the time. But he's a main character here, so he feels more like the group's dog. Oh, he's so happy. Look at him. I bought this game one day in June of 2008. I took it home, popped it in, and finished it that same day. It was something I don't remember doing until then. I was shocked. I still disliked Creature from the Krusty Krab more, but this was obviously a downgrade from that, which is damn impressive. Creature was really ambitious with its core concept. I just think they lost steam as development progressed. It's like they had fun ideas, but didn't know how to design the game's levels to actually make them fun. Atlanta Square Panos, on the other hand, man, this was doomed from the start. It's hard to see any passion present here. Most of the gameplay here is DVD menu level interactivity. The Creature from the Krusty Krab really frustrated me with how boring it was, but Atlanta Square Panos was just flat out embarrassing. Though this wasn't my last hurrah with Nickelodeon games. No. Because that same month, one of my relatives got me Nicktoons Attack of the Toy Bots as yet another birthday gift. Okay, so this was the third in the Nicktoons crossover saga. I always wanted these. It was like every kid's dream. Wii Sports get the same treatment. The big third-party release this month. That excitement always faded away just a few minutes after you started playing. I tried these out at friends' houses, and they didn't leave an impression on me. But as a kid, I didn't think too deeply about it. I still wanted these games for the brand alone. And Attack of the Toy Bots was the first one I owned myself. Moving on, that's about all I have to say here. This was just boring as hell. The gameplay was as basic as you could get. Just move forward, platform a bit, beat up enemies. It's a sound game if you want to be fair about it. If you don't, this game like me. Something about the Nicktoons game's crustier graphics or drab environments just made these feel like lower-end titles. Even as a kid, it was hard to really care about this one. I got to a point where I didn't know how to progress, and I just gave up. Wow, what a lineup! I was so happy to be in the next generation of gaming. Thankfully, later that summer, I had some cash and gift cards to blow. One day at GameStop, I laid my eyes on Super Mario Galaxy. I recalled seeing some commercials here and there, and in those ads and on the box art, the act of flying through space looked exhilarating. And I knew I could depend on Mario to give me a good time, especially after how many mediocre games I started my Wii ownership off with. So just like that, my next game was fucking amazing! Oh my god, this is the greatest game I've ever played! That's right, you Quidditch World Cup! The opening was the coolest damn thing I'd ever seen! It's like Mario, but at a whole new level in terms of visuals, music, scope, every single galaxy was so damn memorable and fun to traverse! Walking around planets, defying gravity was a game changer! The music was incredible, the visuals were the best I'd ever seen at that point! Camilla! This turned out to be my favorite game of all time. God, I was so excited when I finally beat it. I ran downstairs to tell my parents before realizing they have no goddamn idea what I was sweaty about. Playing this game just always felt like you were doing something important, like you were experiencing history in the making. It felt substantial. It felt like games that dreams were made of. I had 3 complaints. Back in the day, I thought to myself, what if I wrote a review for Super Mario Galaxy? Complaint number 1, the health meter beeped a lot when you got down to 1. Complaint number 2, the flying wasn't as integral to the game as I had anticipated. It was mostly just in cutscenes, and when you did get full control, it was via a barely utilized power-up super late in the game. Complaint number 3, my foot kinda hurts today. That's all I could muster. As far as I was concerned, this was as perfect as you could get as a video game. It got me deeper into video games than ever before. I would go through Wikipedia just saving all the Mario box arts to our computer. I don't know why. I didn't have an end goal there. I just like doing it. I remember starting to scour websites like IGN this year, reading all the reviews for the latest games. If there was a video review, I noticed the download button, and I put them on blank DVDs for fun to watch them in the car on my portable DVD player, because entertainment is subjective, damn it. And watching those video reviews actually got me interested in my next Wii pickup, Super
This is what the ad ends on.
Brothers
That's the stinger.
Brawl.
And
This game looks spectacular online.
Of all Wii U
I
ads,
love the
feeling
concept
like
of punching Pikachu, kicking
bullet
him,
points as to how the
and
console
killing
is
him.
different
Yeah, I
and
wasn't big into
worthwhile, but some
Pokemon
of the
as a
points
kid.
are
I
just
thought it was
with Wii U
stupid,
and
and I
Super
wanted
Mario
to take out that
3D World,
aggression
we can
somehow.
find
And I
secrets
found
with the
2
Wii U
ways to do it.
gamepad.
I saved up the cash needed to nab a copy, and my mom ran me to the nearest Target where, lo and behold, in its Wii section,
this one
lied.
focused on Wii Sports Club. They're wearing football jerseys.
Okay,
Football's
so
not
I
a
was
Wii
met
Sports
with my
Club.
worst
And I have
nightmare
to
that
reiterate,
day.
No!
I've had a wonderful
Advertising
life.
how your
Mario
console
Kart
can
Wii
play
was
an
the
HD
hottest game
remake
out
of
at
Wii
the time.
Sports.
So
Does
hot it was
not
impossible to
help
find,
your
much like the
case.
Wii itself.
This isn't
And
just
right
another
when I was
Wii,
ready
it's
to
a
buy
new
another
console.
game, that's when we
Proceeds to show
find
it playing
it.
Wii
Gosh
Sports and nothing
damn
else.
it.
And
This
this
one
one
has
has
2
two
kids
kids
making a
explaining
deal
to
with
their
me.
friends how to
She'd
convince
buy
their
Mario
parents to buy a
Kart.
Wii U.
That would be my
I'm playing
Christmas present.
popcorn
I
at
went,
Texas.
sure. in July. 5
This
months?
is a bad
How can you expect
ad
me to wait
campaign.
5 months? I can't wait that long. I'll be a completely different person by then. I'll own Lego Batman. Well, that was the price I had to pay in order to ensure I had the game I would trade into GameStop 3 years later. I definitely wanted Smash Brothers more in the moment. As Mario Kart I was mostly interested in due to the Wii wheel included and because everybody wanted.
I don't think that's a
So,
joke.
the deal was made. I got Super Smash Brothers Brawl that day alongside ensuring the Mario Kart Wii later down the line.
I also got death.
I didn't have much experience with Smash Brothers at this point. I recall playing about 5 minutes worth of Melee at a friend's house back in like 2005, and like this kid had every game you could ask. Pac-Man Fever, War of the Whiskers, everything. So in the moment, as everybody was enjoying the hell out of one of the greatest games of all time, I was thinking about the possibilities. It took until Brawl for me to fully understand and appreciate the beauty of Smash Brothers. Though I think if I actually owned Melee, I definitely would have started with that game. Because these games are like video game platforms on video game platforms. You could pop them in even if you weren't in the mood to play Smash Brothers and find something fun to do. Like in Brawl, you could browse the history of games Nintendo's published, play the coin launcher game to collect trophies, stickers, hell, just go for a high score. You could dick around in Stage Builder, which was a blast. Create sticker albums, watch videos, listen to music, play demos of classic Nintendo games, and that's without mentioning the actual game here. Super Smash Bros. Brawl was electrifying to play. One of those games where everything just sticks with you.
I have a few more
custom
questions.
sound coming from the
what stores can I
Wiimote when
get it at?
picking a character.
How do I get to those
the joy
stores?
on my face when discovering Special
store?
Brawl, trying to
I only
make
got a
the
few
worst
more
playing
news
match
stories
imaginable.
going into
All the
2013.
incredible
Now, Nintendo
stages.
NRC, they
I loved
50%
Picto
price
Chat,
cut,
WarioWare, Mario
$30
Circuit,
starting
Skyworld,
on
Mario
November
Brothers,
1st,
the
which coincided with the
amazingly
Mario
detailed
Movie Deluxe
visuals,
set.
incredible
From here on out,
music
the
spanning
go-to
dozens of
Wii Deluxe
franchises,
sound
and of
store
course,
shelves would
the
change
teen
every
rating.
year.
So
Sometimes
adult, I
Nintendo
may as well have been
still,
watching
but the
porn.
sideline for the
You may
headliner
notice
game
I'm
would
not
be
talking much
fun.
about the game itself.
More often than not, this wasn't a packing. They still tried to push it in other ways.
I was
with
bad.
a Wii
I thought
Wii
this
Remote
game
Plus
was
bundle
damn
releasing
fun,
for
but
$60
I was
a
not
month later.
optimally
But I
playing
think
it.
it's fair to say
I
by
was
this
using a
point,
Wii remote on its
Nintendo
side.
had
I was
accepted that
oftentimes
this
picking
game
Mario.
just didn't
Hit
do
the
its
A
job.
button, he
Well,
would
so
grow,
that's
and I
why
thought
the
that
Wii
was
U
some
isn't
kind of
doing well.
attack I
New
wasn't
Super
landing
Luigi
properly.
U
It
isn't a
was a
pack-in.
taunt, but
November's
how would I
Nintendo
know that
Direct
back
focused
then? It's
almost
not like I would
entirely
take
on
the
Nintendo
instruction
3DS
manual on
games.
bathroom
Now,
trips
without a bit of
sometimes.
Wii U
Or so
news, like
regularly.
one
I
final
also
trailer
had
for Super
no
Mario
clue how
3D
to set up
World,
matches with
spoiling
computer
every
players.
secret about
Firstly,
the game.
I just
There was
assumed
a
that group
definite
button,
energy in the
that
room
ain't
that
for
3D
me.
World
I'm
would
by
save the
myself.
Wii
There's
U.
nothing for
So
me
I'm
in
sure
there.
Nintendo
But
did
when I
this to
actually
get as
decided
many
to
people on
enter it
board
and
before
hopped
launch
on
as
over to that
possible.
character select screen, I had no damn clue I could select CPU players.
In Motley
I was
Boss
sitting on
Club,
this
I've
for
misjudged
minutes,
you.
and I
But a
didn't
big
understand
update
why
they
jump
detailed
was
here was
up.
the
I thought
introduction of
it has to
the
be one of
Miiverse
these
on
buttons
3DS,
here.
and
So
the
I went into the
combination
controller
of both
customization
systems'
options and
eShop
definitely
wallets.
played a good
That's
chunk of
it.
this game
That's what's
without one of my
combining,
attacks.
nothing
But I
else. Are you
powered
happy?
through
Dumb
and was
question.
eventually
I'm sorry.
able to
Let me
unlock
try that
all
again.
the characters
When's the
by
wedding?
beating the
A
single
big
player
point of irritation
campaign,
for
the
Nintendo
Subspace
fans in this era
Emissary.
was how
After that,
completely
Brawl
isolated
was
the Wii
oh
U and Nintendo
reliable.
3DS
A
eShops
game I could
were
always
one
pop
another.
in and have an
While many of
incredible
the
time with
exact
no
same
matter
Virtual
what.
Console games would
Whether it
release on
involved
both
fighting or
as
not.
separate
This was
purchases.
one of my
If you bought Super
favorite
Mario
games.
Brothers on Wii U,
And
that
even though
doesn't mean
subsequent
a
Smash titles
damn
eclipse
thing
this
for your
one,
3DS.
you hand
Buy
me
it
Brawl,
again.
and
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
can
have
look
a
up 3DS
blast.
software
Now,
on
just
the
because
Wii
the
U
past
eShop
two
for
games
some
I
reason
picked
and
up
couldn't
were
do
legitimate
anything other
titles,
than
that
look 'em
doesn't
up.
mean I
Sony
wasn't
was
past my
practicing
bullshit
cross-buy
phase.
at the
Back
time,
in
meaning
2008,
if a
you
game's
couldn't
on
watch
both
TV
PlayStation 4
without
and
getting
PlayStation
carnival
Vita,
games
if you buy it
crammed
one
down your
place,
gullet.
you
To
got
be
it on
fair
the
though,
other
this
free of
sounded
charge.
and looked
And just the
pretty
fact they were
damn
both called
fun. I mean,
Nintendo
Wii
eShop,
Sports really set the
why are they
standard
two
for what I
totally
expected out of these types of
separated
games. And if
This
that
made
could
it
make
harder to
bowling as
invest
great as
in
it
the
was,
Nintendo
imagine what
ecosystem.
carnival games could do.
Because there were
I'd
two
have a
different
full-blown
ecosystems.
carnival in my
Well,
house at all
Nintendo
times.
threw us a
And
bone here
what
by
do you
making it
know?
so then if you
It
had
delivered.
funds on one system,
that's vomit.
you could
Yeah, this
use
wasn't
those
as cool as I had
on either or.
hoped.
You
All
could
these
buy
games
one
were
game
just
on
so
Wii U and use
basic
the
and
rest of it
bland.
to
They were all
score
over in
something
like
on
30
3DS.
seconds, and
You
all you
gotta
got for
admit,
beating them
that's
were prizes
damn
that did
convenient.
nothing.
It's almost like you're using actual
So
money.
they're carnival
this was
games.
a Band-Aid
Okay,
on
so
a
playing this
corpse.
game
It
nowadays,
barely
I have a
solved
lot
any of
more
the
respect
issues
for
here.
it.
Honestly,
Not because
Miiverse
it's
on
anything
3DS
special.
meant more for
Rather,
the Wii U in
it
the
does
long
what it
run. You could
advertises.
browse and
It's a
post in
pretty
3DS
damn
communities on
accurate
Wii U and
depiction
vice
of a
versa.
carnival.
It
And
was
for
cool
like
to have
30
more to
minutes to
discuss
an
with
hour,
more people.
it gives you a similar amount of fun you'd get
While
at
the
an
year was
actual
winding down,
carnival.
Though at the time, I think I was expecting this to be like the most fun thing, when in reality, I didn't think carnivals were the
most fun thing. Why the hell was I holding this game to such standards?
It must
Carnival
be more mature.
games.
I mean, Why Ho's debuted on Spike. They were the TV channel
Another
all
game
about
I
the
got
boys,
that first
beer,
year of
maybe
Wii
even a
ownership
boob or
was
two.
Smarty Pants. Parents got me this one. It's a trivia game.
Wasn't making any headlines.
And this was a damn basic trivia game, but I liked
Okay,
it
so
for
it's
that.
probably not something
The
big like the
presentation and
next Zelda
accessibility
game
were
reveal,
rock
but
solid. No big
maybe the
loading times,
resurrection
easy to
of
jump
Christ.
right in. I have never found a trivia game to outfind this one, because this one was perfectly fine. This is still usually my pick when a trivia game is requested. It does the job, and it does it well. But my next pick would be...
God, this game just couldn't catch
I
a
have
break.
a certain
I felt like every time
reputation
Nintendo
in the
talked about
trivia
it,
game
the
community.
aura
One day
of
at Toys R Us,
disappointment
I
surrounded
had
everything.
just
Hell,
enough cash
especially
to
here,
pick up
considering this
a
already
new
lame-ass
game. Okay,
announcement was
I
leaked a week
swear
prior.
this was where I gave up on
mean, it
SpongeBob,
was on
not the
us for
past 8
assuming
times. No,
Nintendo would
this
have
was the
some
one.
big reveals ready in
SpongeBob
December of
SquarePants
2013.
featuring Nicktoons Glops of
And
Doom.
yet you
Alright,
hyped
so
up the
I
damn
assume
monkey.
THQ
Yeah, a
wanted to
Nintendo
stick to a
Direct
yearly
1 week
SpongeBob
before
game on
Christmas.
consoles, but
This
just
was a
didn't
welcome
have one ready
surprise,
for
unlike the surprise
2008.
some
Though
fans got
they
at
had
the
the next
beginning of this
Nicktoons game,
presentation.
which,
Not
hey,
only do I love
title
The
it
Legend
this
of
way.
Zelda,
We
I
get our
love the fact
SpongeBob
that
game,
it's
and the
never crossed
Nicktoons
over
game
with the
has a
Dynasty
chance of
Warriors
selling well.
franchise.
Because I think around this time, the
This
concept of
Nintendo
being
Direct
a
opened with a
Nicktoon
brand-new
wasn't as
Wii
lucrative as
U
it once
game
was.
reveal.
I mean, no, every
Described as a
character not from
collaborative
SpongeBob
title
on this
combining
cover,
the action
their
of
show was already
Technopolia's
over by
Warrior
this point.
series
But even as a
with the
kid, I
world
caught on to
of
what
Zelda.
THQ was
Most
trying
fans
to
found
do
this to
with
be
the
an
titling
unexpected
here.
yet pretty cool
And I think that's mostly why I was interested in picking it up. I wanted to see if it's just another goddamn Nicktoons game. Yeah, I didn't give a damn about this one. Much like Attack of the Toy Bots, it just wasn't interesting. Like, what, do you want to play this? Globs of Doom? Doom Globs? This is it. I was done. I was over trying to play the yearly SpongeBob game. I played real games now. Remember the scholastic book catalogs you get in school where you could order stuff to then receive in a big old bag by your teacher like months later? Oh, they would always have like 3 video games for purchase in these. Now, one was actually a PC game titled Video Game Tycoon that promised to give you the ability to make your own games and burn them onto a blank DVD. Now, that was a dream come true, so I bought that. Didn't work on my computer. I also saw a 4-game multi-pack for Battleship, Connect 4, Sorry, and Trouble on the DS.
I remember listening
Didn't care for this one. I think I got this for 2 reasons. One, I technically bought it in school. That's pretty badass, man. That's like smoking a cigarette in front of a puppy. 2, having 4 popular board games on DS felt like a no-brainer. These games were timeless classics, so no matter what, I would have instant, accessible fun with this cartridge. Yeah, the concept of having these games on the go sells this pack a lot better than the game itself. It's just kind of boring. But that wasn't the last game I picked up via the catalog throughout my middle school years, because at one point, they were offering Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games for Wii. Wow, that's an actual video game, not something for PC, not trouble. This was a game I would have regardless of it being from a catalog or not, but it definitely helped. So yes, I ended up getting this one in school. I ran home to play, and by God, it was okay. With my track record, that's a miracle. I may not have been around for the Mario and Sonic rivalry of the 90s, but I could always tell something was up between these two. So to see these 2 icons come together for a game, it was incredibly exciting. Though I already saw that happen in Smash Brothers, so what could this really do to swoon me?
grass as well.
Fair. I had some fun with this one, though it was very shallow. I think I could only ever play for 30 minutes straight without getting bored. But those 30 minutes? Wow. It was enjoyable to an extent, but I think that was mostly due to the gimmick of this being a bunch of Mario and Sonic characters. And I didn't even experience that enough, because you could play as your Mii in the game, and I took any opportunity to play as my Mii. Because what's cooler than Vector the Crocodile standing right next to him? I think my main issue with Mario and Sonic is how most of these mini-games don't feel like great uses of the Wii Remote. And instead, they feel like games that were designed around mashing buttons translated over to motion control. And then when you're done with the game, the last thing I'm thinking is, let's do that again. It's fun for a bit, but definitely overstates its welcome pretty quickly. With the Wii taking up most of my video game energy in 2008, I think I definitely needed to show my DS I still cared about it. And you must be saying, but Scott, what more could you do?
For $5 more. It's good, but
You know
there's
what?
really
You got a
nothing to
point, but I'll
this one.
spoil
It's
it
just Dr.
anyways.
Mario
Because when
again,
I was on the
but now
school
with
bus
Luigi,
one day,
new mode
I saw
featuring
somebody
L-shaped
playing
pills,
a
which
full
aren't interesting.
3D
They just
Mario
make the
game
significantly
on their
easier.
DS.
But to be
Oh
fair, all
my
this game needed to
God.
be
What was this? I didn't know this was a thing. I heard about New Super Mario Brothers, but this was like that game on Nintendo 64 I saw my cousins play. Damn it,
many of their bundles for the holiday season.
After doing a bit of research and actually seeing this at Target, I knew it was Super Mario 64
I am
DS.
too!
I absolutely had to have this. I mean, I had already dreamed of playing console and PC games on the go, so to have this game that I only ever imagined as a console game on a road trip, it was magical. I remember seeing this fake leak for Super Mario Galaxy DS on YouTube and damn near went, holy shit. The idea of playing a 3D Mario portably, it was finally realized with this. And to be honest, I think Mario 64 DS stuck the landing for the most part. This was basically everything I could have asked for here. It was Super Mario 64 on the DS. Now, it does have its fair share of issues through the eyes of an 11-year-old. Oh, wow. Major problems in the game, like the lack of an analog stick and strange changes from the original, don't affect a child who doesn't understand how games can be better sometimes. You just suck it up, power through, and learn to live with it. I played this thing so much. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's a full 3D Mario in the palm of my hands. I definitely have always wanted to talk about this on its own for a while, so I'll stop for the most part there. But I can't finish without mentioning why this game was even good to begin with. The mini games, baby. This is where I learned what kind of gamer I really am. Yeah, this thing always kept me busy. Whether it was the core game, the minigames, the damn title screen, I got dozens, maybe even hundreds of hours out of Mario 64 DS. And I think this, on top of what we're going to talk about next, got me fully committed to the world of video games. Browsing the web one day, I came across a trailer for the next big Sonic game, Sonic Unleashed. This looked unbelievable. The sense of speed, the detailed visuals, I was awestruck at this thing. This was, no joke, the most I had ever wanted a video game. I would mention it at any moment I could. I remember in school, a question asked me what my favorite song was. I never knew what the answer was, but I knew a song I really liked at the moment was the song from the Sonic Unleashed trailer. And now you know my deepest secret. Months went by, and I was desperately praying I would get Unleashed for Christmas. And I did. I always envisioned yeah, what a tragic story. It's not that I didn't like Sonic Unleashed. In fact, I remember it satisfied me fine enough. But see, the part of the game I was the most enamored by was the part where you were, in fact, playing as Sonic. It's when we move over to this side of the bed where things get Scott stops playing you-ish. The Werehog. These sections are bad, or I didn't like them. They just weren't what I wanted to play here. It's like if you were forced to do a crossword puzzle between Mario Kart races. I think it's harder not to picture it. Why are they here? I remember thinking the daytime stages were a ton of fun, while the nighttime stages, I was just doing them to get to the next daytime stage. Because they made up half the levels in the game, it definitely got me to stop playing before I really wanted to. Isn't it the worst to be let down by a game like this, especially when you were a kid? Getting this game meant the world to me, and for it to end up being kind of a letdown, definitely a bit heartbreaking, not gonna lie. That doesn't mean I dislike the game, not at all. Just wasn't as mind-blowing as I was hoping it would be back then. Which might also be because the trailers all showcased the Xbox 360 version of the game. Well, either way, I was incredibly happy to finally get this alongside a game I was waiting for nearly half a year. It was finally time to experience Mario Kart Wii. This game. Okay, so I'm exaggerating because I did enjoy this one, but man, was it hard. Still, to this day, I'd say Mario Kart Wii is one of the more difficult entries in the series, which is wild considering it was advertised as one of the most accessible. And one of the hardest damn ways to play an already pretty tough game is what they advertise as the optimal way to play, using the included Wii wheel, and what the hell is this? Automatic or manual? Well, why would I choose manual? I don't want to do anything. The core thing I remember from this game was not winning, and my beloved battle mode from Double Dash. It just
But none of
wasn't
this
the
involved
same
Wii U.
here.
This wasn't
Everybody
something
was
they had
on
much
teams.
hope in.
They were
This wasn't
timed
the future of
matches. It
Nintendo.
just didn't
This
do it
was
for
a
me.
leech.
This led to
This
Mario
wasn't no
Kart Wii
ordinary
being a game
struggling
I did
console. This
enjoy,
wasn't like the
but more so
PlayStation
from a
3 where Sony
distance.
slashed
For the
prices,
longest time, I
rebranded,
considered this to be
redesigned,
one of the
made deals
worst
with
in the
third parties
series
to
due to
bring
the
games over, had
difficulty and
exclusive
super
content
wacky
in
item
it.
balancing.
They did
Though
that
in
to
recent
save
years,
the
that
PS3,
honestly
but
makes it one of the
Nintendo
best
just
to
jacked
go
up the
back
failure
to.
the lack
This is
of
probably my
games that came
favorite
back.
to
What
play
are you
with
doing?
friends
You're
right
all
now.
bad.
But
What
for
was
everything
everything
else
else
Scott,
funeral. I knew that was the only way to get you
and
in the
then
car.
there was
hell?
Lego
I
Batman
bought
the
you
video
for that.
game.
You've been going down a bad path.
interesting.
How
Yep,
late
this
was
was
the
my
past
other
4 years
Wii game
for
Christmas
Christmas.
gift.
I can't help what I did as a fetus. I'm sorry.
I was interested in the
God,
Lego
I could
games.
spend
I was watching the
$90 on
reruns of
it now.
Batman
What a
show from the
waste of
60s that
Breaking
time.
and entering isn't as fun if you
As
know
for
what's
this,
happening.
Who the hell
just
bought this?
didn't get far here. I don't know. The Lego formula just never hooked me, so this is one I didn't
Not
break
an
off of it.
alcoholic.
Similar to one of the
Your file says
DS
otherwise.
games I got
Listen,
at
you're
Christmas
a
from one of my uncles. First
We
up,
just want to fix
Scott
you.
Lion
I would have to be
Scum.
mentally
Hey, well,
broken
I
or
was
not
done
already
with the
castrated.
SpongeBob
if you did
console
that.
game.
Good.
Here we have an handheld game, drawn to life
How about
SpongeBob.
you just open your Christmas present?
Hey, this is a surefire
Boy, I
bet.
hope it's a
like
snake.
Drawn to Life, and I like SpongeBob. I don't remember a single goddamn thing about this game. I think I appreciated the concept of this game far more than the game itself, which was fine. There's nothing really wrong with it. But I think I liked Drawn to Life because I was fantasizing that this was my own video game. Put a SpongeBob skin on it, it's not nearly as personable. Still, a pretty decent time. Just kind of near as good as the final game I got that Christmas. Super Mario. Not even from my parents. One of my uncles, they took a random swing with this one and hit it out of the park. This is like the de facto DS game. The one everybody enjoyed. The one everybody could depend on for basic gaming goodness. So getting it here, alongside many of the other titles I started playing, I finally started feeling like I was playing the right things. Like, this was one of the highest rated games at that time. Alongside Mario Galaxy, Smash Bros. Brawl, Mario Kart, Drawn to Life SpongeBob Edition. It felt so good to be playing something good. You know it. Early in 2009, I did a family shop set to notice the copy of Wii U was available. Another notorious hard-to-find Wii game at the time. So that was the pick. Not the Wii Frenzy pickup. It's so hard to find when you find it, but also was important. I'm scared to think about the possibilities. We bought it. His was a huge deal. Balance board and all. Definitely kept the fun going from games like Wii Sports, but in a different way. I can't say I actually used the bit portions of these bit all too much. The yoga and strength training exercises were about as interesting as yoga and strength training. I'll play the soccer ball game, thank you very much. I wonder how many calories I earned from this. Not unfair. Pretty many. Oddly enough, though, I think my favorite game here it was running. Yeah, I thought it was so cool. You could put the remote in your pocket, jog in place, and game would read everything early.
Hey, good news. We're not getting charged with kidnapping. I just got off the phone with the government, and we're on good terms.
Oh, tell them I said hi.
Want to plug in the Wii to show up?
How about you go?
Scott's roommate of 9 months.
That's all
I think
they
that makes
need.
sense.
Come February
My
2009,
roommate.
I'm not sure what
I
went into
thought
this.
you
My
knew.
mom got me a Valentine's Day gift because could you
I
tell?
don't know what RPGs are.
I guess she got this for a
I think
good
you're being a
price
little
because
bitch
I
about
got
Yeah,
my
what are
son's
RPGs again?
Never asked for this. Nor did I
Do I at least have a
usually
chance to explain myself?
This is America, so no!
This isn't America. This is Ohio.
I've definitely seen advertised, and
It's not an RPG fan.
It usually entered my wish play video game. Mushroom Men, the Spore Wars.
Oh man, I want that.
I truly
This
and while the original My
isn't
Sims had been on my wish list for that reason,
I mean, a joke.
that means I'm a
Minor.
minor. I remember my first and highest.
Lord, is this okay?
Basically, it's a life sim game, but with
One
random
man's kid was a
objectives.
big fan of the
Also,
drive,
the
the girl from the
professional
world eyes on the
game,
gallery
anybody's
corner
life
of
in the
the
kingdom as a
seriously.
whole.
That's not
I really like this Pac-Man and the basic sim game.
These are my favorites.
Leave it at that.
My
first video game
away at the
experience.
campaign
To this
part.
day,
I thought it was
it's
well
not
balanced.
really
The
care
title.
about playing
Care
games
about
besides
both.
so
So
much
much
more.
more. games
I
same as
like
Pac-Man,
this
like things.
more.
Those are my favorite
Like,
games.
I'm chip away at it for a few months. It's nothing too
basic games.
special.
Anybody who hears you like arcade
The
games
better
or
titles
something
for
more
kids on
elaborate
here.
or
What
obscure.
one of the better titles by
Yeah,
name.
but
One of the better games I owned. On a tragic note, I was invited to a birthday party by a friend of mine. The location was at this place. You see every time I play the business. Basically, it was like a library on video games with an internet cafe. You go there, check out a game, sit down at one of their many TVs, and
play. Felt right for multiple games like Halo. This was my cousin's old system. Me, on the other hand, I knew what I was about. Games checked out Sonic 06 on 360, Super Mario Brothers, and Duck Online, and wanted to see how bad it was. Keep in mind, I really fatter than the titles I tried out. The Zapper gun was so cool, and something over Super Mario Brothers. Wii games I was dancing like Super Mario Brothers this year. Incredible controller again. Every time I played it, I discovered something more interesting. I recall one of the Sega Bikes and Adventures 1 and 3 and Kung Fu Heroes and Adventures of Mighty Billy. I remember I didn't even accept the stage I was being. But I don't know I eventually received my other cousin's hand-me-down Sega Genesis Sonic the Hedgehog, and I eventually gave up on the reasons for this. Now, another possibilities enclosed another. I'm a video game owner now. Which was over the next few months, my main goal was to own both of these titles for myself. Personally, I eventually did. I didn't give a damn about one of my favorite Wii games. It made me freaking cry. This part, I got it facing off against the swordsman. This was done. It's not already the thing me hours to nail, but every time I failed, however, I also had the microgames before again, and she's like, oh, here comes the boss, and there goes my sanity. This was my game. I played this to the death. There's a lot to be ashamed of there. But I always beat the game. The world, hour and a half long. That sense of discovery. This was my fear. This was like a new back replay it. I will know the best Game Boy games and incredible ideas. Apparently, I'll just like even something as stupid as I had to go to my friend's house by accident. I mean, that's the stupidest goddamn brilliant idea I've ever heard. Absolutely. A bit more games. 5 years later, I played the same without an audience of my original peers. So much of this game is just making the Wii remote randomly. I got dang, you know how to stay late. So I left the room and kept shaking him, and boom, I got stars. You can't cheese the game. I get it. This is one of those games Mario where smooth moves, but when you actually get it from my love, you're told to be fantastic. Yeah, I gotta be honest. Even the ones I played at my grandma's house, there was no need for her anymore. I was Verbo behind. Games to help us forget about beats and gifts. I knew I wanted to be good at just fully animated cutscenes, voice acting, and a mix between point adventure and riddles about it. I love Game Boy Advance. Supposedly, you know what else the good idea is? I was raised on Mom and I actually played together at 8 a.m. today. It doesn't think about have good hand-eye coordination. Right RPG. So how does we be able to don't you guys even know what RPGs are? I didn't get a ton of it's pretty much it for my DS designs. This more much like how some of you consider, but that is a big DS life. No, based on my childhood games, rather fairly obvious. I wanted more like a last game. Thinking about it in my news, it's fun. So and I'm so flat out quick reflexes, significant for example, easy to grasp my concept. Anybody can do with redesign. Like not when my Game Boy with this controller. No, you're from the back. One ideal purpose. You're back at that. Saved up my cash and like I said, all thing. Your DS with a camera. My DS right there. Game Boy Advance inside for this. Another DS with anybody who has an argument against that, I never got more than made up. I said, what the fuck is that? With PlayStation, you would 100% not be able to play them well. It's just like life. To the end. Running and jumping. Now I can see this controller is it'll work some Stars Adventure, 2000 Point Stars, you're like an argument. Mega Man is a horror game. Wow, this game is pretty specifically those I had at my grandma's house. I did that. On my Wii. I don't like RPGs. But you can't fool me. RPGs just like a cloud. I know when I say because if that's all it takes, it's going to Scott and it's just like the tabletop RPG. Here's why they strike. But I got to bring the joy of making more Tennessee is the go-to. I stopped playing
We did it!
No it's done! On DS, Wii adaptation, which is more than enough right here on
I just don't like them. I just want to play Super Nintendo games. They're not this stupid. These battles ain't too much text. I'd rather know y'all not having sex. I'm machines for stabbing. Ready? Kiss my ass. No gameplay till hours in. Combat ready. Same thing happens all again. After the funny part comes up, I misplay things. Now I'm realizing that 1 inch of text will affect him. I'm shot with guns. I know he can't do it. That's scary. I'm not having fun. All this way, this can't be sponsored. Shit. It's an RPG. What did I expect? Or your brother? Angry Birds? This isn't Angry Birds. This is. Number 2, wait your turn. Don't set up an RPG. Most think of this the turn-based. You don't want to wait to turn. This isn't a pregnancy. No one's looking at how a turn-based RPG. This isn't an action sequel to Mario 13. What is this? Boom! Most role-playing games have a fun game calls. This wasn't nearly as stressful as it made it a hell of a lot better as a single player. Multiplayer nearly as much. Here's things like golf, tagging process, and all this kind of nonsense. Well, that didn't do a damn thing. Give up. Run. Good job. I select what I want to do. My wife's like, Ringer.
it's the enemy's turn. They attack, motion control, we're back to me. Come on. Same with it. Alright, they attack.
Obviously, there's nothing, because Resident Evil is like a battle. If it was from the top right, which you might have been there were study battles in games. Obviously, here's the biggest I can see it! Chance to hurt you. It's just counterproductive. Son of a bitch! You could play skills play so we can get this over with. I selected a man. Everybody hates me now. I can't live like this. Just shoot. Black damn it! Bring on the bootlegs then! Do it all that time. I'll take it. Final Fantasy.
So many experiences. It's the oldest excuse in the world. Why are you sleeping? One swing and then
Stories of games. That's why you play them. We have number 5. Incredible engaging longer than your heart. Won't notice that he's when he's a kid. They would blow us. You can sell it. You wouldn't have to sell it like a game. You could just buy it. That's what stimulating the economy. These games never take so long. RPGs can be fucking anything. I was talking to someone and they fucking catfished me. Nobody's talking about it. They're right there. Any one of these games is gotta get them the bundle. Mario Party Jamboree. I should say swipe away at the end. Overall, it feels like go wrong with the players. Great ass-long titles. Or may have arms. How am I thinking? This is ridiculous. I can't keep carrying away just because I'm excited here.
Hey, champ, you do it? You sound like one of those emotions on the video. What's up?
I can't spend my money on a punch. I don't know. Just don't look. The world already hates me. I can't be broken on top of that.
I need a miracle. You want a miracle? Well, listen to this. Just roll it in there. I saw my phone so a lot of work there. So without hesitation, pick it up. I can tell you size of what you take. That I was. The phone number speed up in my life. Unintentionally triggered my notifications. But just happened to be the popular around social media as the live stream function is. As I was going with the phone and confirming this fact, was there not some unexpected incidental contact by one judgment? Yes. The iPad explained what it was ever. So when I tried picking it up, I had a sudden burst of energy that manifested itself in a minute out. And that was the case. My other strong direction was most definitely affected the physically. That it did. Because I have an odd quirk, if you will. Whenever I am known, my thumb instantly falls upon anything that happens to represent the whole wide reality, which, what can happen, happens to exist on this particular social media. And look, this entire conversation started with selfish morals that the actual live stream to all of my followers. Disregarding the progress of live stream situations, you set me up for a miracle. And the domino effect that transpires from a serious struggle. This just is. As personally speaking, I would rather
Guys, let me handle this. Pokemon, on the other hand,
Wait! Rated games.
Good games. Become better.
What is wrong with this company?
Does all that.
They have to do some crazy stuff to put more into it. Welcome back! Most of these was just a complete waste. Bring on Warriors oh, thank God! Fire up, Fire characters are still one of the damn, sir, it's not a bad game. Can this company do it right? That ain't what it is. I don't mind this character, but there are no colors. Pokemon up there. My first time being Pokemon Sales and Shield DLC was a rhythm fighting game. Oh God, we're here. No way.
And you didn't buy it. Why are there so many glitches? And this is a good idea. That's awesome. Lego the Hobbit. This is during the Great Mega Man strategy. Classic Mega Man experience. Mega Man Zero like there are no lives anymore. I don't new release there were numerous things that releasing on both Wii U and 3DS at the same time. Nintendo's free of charge. When I took the most bread they gave me, I felt like Donkey Kong games are all competitive games. They were. They fill you up. I don't just want to sign you. Mario versus Donkey Kong 2. Mario versus Donkey Kong 2. Again, Mario versus Donkey Kong 2. For a 10-year-old Wii game, fine. The other Mario versus Donkey Kong games, but this one is kind of this. These games are interesting to talk about, considering I'm not really sure how much you truly criticize. These are not exciting.
What the box boy? What the stretchers? What the Switch still exists? Just feel like this ain't you don't go. You play them when you watch the line from wandering, but only having this mode. I mean, this also came to Wii U. I like that subtitle. Blast around. Finding something for amiibo figures to do. These guys do that past holiday season. Everybody loves Wii gamepad quality followed up by disappointment. They were just low budget. I wanted a mad good that was video Nintendo as a big regular value stream because I love cruising the last game. I just need to scan it up. I don't like to see SNES games. Oh, so much evil game. I know a remix a bit, good title. When you remix I love it. Like Mario, it's a problem. It's great taking amiibo and amiibo. Like a demo for a random Bud console game. Scan link, you just might get virtual console games for $5 to $8. Star Card could have had something where you scan a Mario where Super Mario Brothers now didn't already have there's NFC chips are too easy to replicate and make dummy versions of. So I assume this was the only way they could have done it. But damn, if it is still worthless. Why did they care to say about challenges for them? I asked for car demo for you know, Art Academy is launched on Wii U this year. Was the right answer. 2 years after Art Academy Sketchpad launched, so many updates. Barely make Sketchpad on the eShop. So you couldn't choose between a $4 drawing application and a $30 Konami had a great value in this title of 13 tools. It's just Mario, the Renaissance of things you can do in the game for 7 times less power. It's like Sketchpad for 2 years and then it's like, finally, now I can have a drawing quality. That's fun! But with less in this game, I understand why these types of simple way to teach about art. And the still benefit from being on Wii U with the gamepad. Don't feel like this you way too much to release that Sketchpad. By the time it did, everybody forgot about it. Art Academy was on with Wii. I think most assumed Sketchpad was it. Watching that shopping is only definitely going to help Super Nintendo games. In the end, it's fair to say this is one of Nintendo's most forgettable movies. They barely advertised it, at least here in the eShop, and the Wii is just like $4. Yeah, I'd rather take care of the games than I can expect this now. I'd rather the day of your heart. Nintendo was starting to release more games exclusively on the eShop, and it's just more confident in the retail prices. Case in point, $800 black only released for the Ultimate on your system that only has 8GB or 2GB variations. Can you make me happy next? Thanks! Man, what nothing Mario's game. Big Rumble Boxing 3 Champions. You're probably not going to attract me at all. I made one a hell of a prediction. You'd think I was mad. Oh, copy. It's not as good. We're going to have to wrap this up soon. I don't want to be late being first. Why did you release it as a free download so people could play the first bit of the game and then probably pay for the rest of it? Were you trying to attract new fans or not? This is just about new fans. It's hard to download a 42GB file and share it out. It takes 4 years to load a loading screen. Now, I know that it could be the frame is not serious. Monster Horizon is listed into like damn thing. Fatal Frame 2 was remade just as to have new entries. Fatal Frame 4, Spirit Camera was experienced. Something's wrong with me? What's the card? It's only on Wii. Serious about getting pictures of goats. I think that was Wii U. Using the gamepad, moving it around the camera. This was the perfect fit. In practice, anything like this. I am really great from the standard the best you can do. It's still just with the wow. This is amazing. Non-Nintendo system 3 years later. With blocks. It's a bit of a love I never got to man for the forward game. The stairs are. Animal Crossing now be potentially beneficial to have certain movement. It makes when you have to very drastic harder separate, which can increase the it doesn't do that here. It's just like a bunch of don't get great because what am I running away from? What am I afraid of? A bad shot? I still think there's a video game. I think it's more high for hell. I'm sorry, it's definitely not fire tasting. Yeah, this is a game of buy that. Because the thing doesn't get story is all of them now. Oh, you're Tetris 2. God, this is one of my favorite puzzle games. What about Netflix? Not much else to say here. It's good. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. It was obviously that's because there wasn't any front of Splatoon. Anyway, like you is coming out of the franchise right after the gate. always better and similar online stabs arms, really like it was all about one event where everybody's trying to game out for the first time off the finally they did that strategy against anyways their peak this year on Wii U. And finally Nintendo 64. It's about damn time. I can't even be that excited for considering it's about damn time. Thankfully, it's all about stories, Death Arm, Dragons, pretty early on. Citizens of Earth was an published RPG, heavily inspired by Earthbound, and also launched on 3DS. It's pretty bad for anybody else. It wasn't rated for this game. This game like this 10-year PS4 got rocked. It got grabbed by the Wii U. It was a great one. Created as a Sonic fan game. And this whole thing entirely is it's already quite a bit of value. Mario World consoles. This is only on Wii U for $9. Benefit of the Wii U remakes. That was AAA third-party support. Price coming in. However, you didn't put their games out over games. Why did I want this game? I a whole ass set clear platform. Background changes. Concept over this game because the platforms on that color. Background changes. This can be played as a platform, game, party game, fighting game. This thing has it all. Like the best features, everybody else is one of the most hard cast of indie game characters. So many of them are playable here. Specifically, that's my opinion of my game. During this time feel of nothing. Finally show. This game really does highlight the sense of Slender's the karaoke art. That's all it is. That's Slender from 2012. I can play Super Mario 3 online 8 years later. You want this back? I want to piss myself. You put what I would give to piss myself again. Much more impressive. Game. Slender's here. Considering this feels like less is happening. This game feels like they're under a lot of pressure and his that character is bigger, more ambitious, but it just next to me was Yes! Brain versus Brain! Really has some of the best multiplayer on that platform. Don't stop trying some more! I'm happy. You gotta keep the good times going. It's positive. Not Bluetooth headphone support! It's so cool! The biggest was the Bionic Ice Mario remake from the Wii U. That doesn't involve today, though, it's not on spin-off money's all your fair now that we have the game open on Switch finally, we're good. That's all pretty much oh my god! It's a nice hand command though. Nonetheless, this concept it takes into consideration anything. Just design it's in the blood. It's almost like you took bad at all. Christ, he's console. You always have this 3 titles going to come out at 8 minutes. First up, he does it. It's more rated out design. He environment only catch on here. As we're going to probably it's a beat over you. Because then you fight off Nerd as you never ship around a while, and you can control it. It combines one with other players. Mario's ability to control. It's only about 3 hours. Title right in Fast Disney World is the main attraction. Bowser's very touted as a brand new F-Zero game. Bowser's Neo was one for everybody. This is one of the best titles in the franchise. Not unfair. It's just extremely hard. And now it's all out. All of these games like F-Zero GX. Love the one at this down to solid opus of futuristic classics. Damn! I can't count how many times I got to that game. Persona 5 finally released on Nintendo Switch. I don't got their shitter mesh pet. These bosses are crafted. It's a really good aspect. Very impressive. I'd say this is rainy with a without a doubt. This game. Minecraft for a couple of years. For Minecraft to the Wii U shows there's much less impressive. But it's new games unlike these. All that's Minecraft. Like the other ones here, away from Minecraft, but you're also gets discontinued. Very easy at the time. It's like give it a try. Something to play that was fine. Is that worth $60? If you want to see where Ghost and Goblins started, on the including oh, absolutely. Specifically explore the better studios. This was around the time that it was long. Later, as many as many as March 2015, Aries in Japan, fell later, schedule down them. These were the only things I saw. Come on, Nintendo, no built-in Easter eggs. Every piece outside of Japan for the longest time. But it they wanted to compare the online service to the worldwide online and for these online sharing tools. Big contractors down for your and these are like half of what makes this half the Switch. You can't change them. You can't change much. But nobody else the biggest deal for me. This wasn't just any it was programmed just get a code that sounds exactly what the doctor ordered. Sign yourself to sign and just put it on the doc has to why? The doc just embarrassing. This is gonna be other than better now to get it allows you to create animation. Read the best section of the and what it ended up being inside of it was it was just horrible health condition. Final thoughts, it might be cards so these are pretty much collecting goddamn games. Much better presentation overall. Mario Party Superstars. My God, they were so happy this series is just okay again. Mario Party you can only play the game was for your Hermione to play which you need to wait for them to replenish to play the game. Before you really expecting to play characters simple and what I recommend for Pokemon Rumble World, they're still wrapping up fine. And Pokemon Rumble Island has been well. There's diamonds that help you progress. We want more money. We're in them by simply already have Mario Party. The simplicity of Pokemon Rumble. title, especially one that's coming to finish. This is an actual game. Actual levels to watch. Because it's pretty cool. But just one flat price. Companies like saying them, but pull on the world.
I mean, it's still great. This North American might as well be proposing right now.
But that was such a one. I can even shoot some businesses like the original 2015. We got Xbox. Must have right problem. That's what we got. Pokemon Super Rush. They did it! Let the bitching commence! This is a fantastic party. It's a secular serial killer. I don't like Wii Sports! That is not nearly as specific Pokemon. Finish it. You can then use that Pokemon away from our ability. Gentlemen, it hasn't been more personality than a title. Aesthetic. Don't belong in personality when it is friends. It's not really a game. Don't even play it. Spending about 30 bucks. It's always money.
Fully designed around it.
Much like it different level packs will have to make these having to avoid solving the puzzle. But if you just buy the bundle online multiplayer, just like any other push with the free start model. I mean, I get it. For this game, just maybe dabble up with a couple dozen things for $3. $10 games. $5. You seriously think it's better than however, nobody wants to download a free game. 10 minutes to get a tin can of face. The game itself is another push mode game. This time, you have to expand and pull out blocks for the side. Once again, it's not because it's fantastic. Strangely, while it's better than my game, it's steamy. It's an incredible amount of different glitter to the games. I don't know. So many games are racing so close to each other. It's crazy to see a shot game. One walks around in the grass. And over a decade, this push mode became bigger than it did. I'd love to see more things. With a new twist to the block puzzle, it is literally the perfect monkey ball game. The series on the key shot here. From the shop icon, monkey ball rolls into another. Very simple flat unity. Power there, no doubt. Tons more to solve puzzles. Make a really game step because you yourself with them. This has some sort of reason rather than incredibly smart design. Because of that, Banana Mania is always hard for me to get fully invested in. But it's not ideal. I mean, it's not city is beautiful, but also it's like the original Galaxy City. It's smart bad. I don't think it's as smart as other puzzle games in space. Pretty much what it's designed to stand out. There's just a solid mechanic. Wouldn't we talk about nearly as much as game like this? If it were made by the Dr. Martin or developed, I think you would bet. Also released this year was a new Dr. Mario game. $9. I wanted $10. However, since I being saying exactly, this is really named your attention like Dr. Mario experience. The Nintendo 64 game still had unique single-player story mode and player multiplayer and other. But this is all the fanfare, of course, we just back from Dr. Mario. For $9, being cheaper than both original Dr. Mario online RX on WiiWare, and you didn't really see people playing on this. I found my glasses. Like Dr. Mario simple fun. 17 entries. More than just it's Dr. Mario on the platform. That's pretty much all Dr. Mario. Tetris Effect Connect has the power of previous edition of Tetris. still really not enough to be a peer traffic. Some of the most exciting games out there. Like, oh my God, maybe a third good little puzzle game VR personality. That's what it's like to write quite a bit on. But something that is Tetris Effect Connected still bad architect soon. Every application plays more. Same day as the OLED model 14. I stopped to know the color custom themes. One of the variety of features had theme shops is to express itself through various menu systems. Now there's a Legend of Dark Witch flag. To go alongside, I know you probably expect me to say, sorry about to get sadly, I can't take much money. Can you love Quest when it comes to it? No one buys it. Nothing. They want to add to the price. So this game is being developed by it's pretty simple, but that is actually quite good. All the patches in the machine, even if it wouldn't be cut to bed, which I'm on my right. The app is consistently updated with each badges to collect, types of shops that operate Pokemon without voice acting. Extremely fun little runtime that every one of them $1 per time to tap PNGs. That adds up. Pokemon line up on its home screen. That is I think everything about this app is brilliant. This sort of app has an end of its possible money. Just it's supposed to be just like normal grand games. Rabbit Land. But it's wild to hear. That was an intent. Now it buys microtransactions, loot boxes, and all of that. Distractions for a bit. And we're gonna have to consist in these reviews. One more Wii U exclusive Attack on Titan Fantasy Chains, a retail game in Japan, localized in English. Was great. Another word. It started with the most boring third-person shooter multiplayer. The only when you have no other console it was Dimension DS game by right after they launched the game with other releases. Terraria is pure game on 3DS. Anyone can see World Center no longer need to waste but I gotta hand it my job. I get bored the Mario and Friends of the Evo Challenge. No! We got the same fucking thing again. God, the Lego works. Versus Donkey Kong, but it sure smells like this is a pretty game that requires amiibo figures to play. Unlike Amiibo Tap, it's not Amiibo Tap. Nobody talking about this. I don't really care. Considering Black Water, standard content with your Amiibo figures. To be honest, they did nothing to these characters. No designed to code aesthetics and abilities. With 4 special levels per character. The game as it was on PC between I only have 1 or 2 in the Legacy Edition. Why would you need any other game from 3 years ago just for a Sipping Star? Sound titles for free. Download and get all quick gameplay out of your Amiibo from. How dare they? People on Xbox Shop now. And now Nintendo. It's the same game. Why doesn't Xbox get the same game? Promotional animated game, Armored Edition, training mode of Star Fox Zero. Oh my God, that sounds incredible! Now Star Fox is gone. Star Fox Zero Promotion had a 2013. This one was called Lego Marvel Special 2014. Months after the game launched, anybody on the fence about this game realized it shouldn't even be game that makes you no and that, just to say, the real star of the Wii shop is in general. That was it. Not any complaints. Like experience of Guardians of the Galaxy. God for damn Wii U's relevance. This is getting annoying. Every game is like this part. If they do, what the hell? This was originally announced in January 2015. as Project like Treasure, more than a internet multiplayer title, all about Galaxy enemies and sacrificing collecting treasure. We're not trying to claim to run on Nintendo Switch. It's exclusive to Wii U. That's a selling point. This is the audacity to claim that this game released on Nintendo Switch. This is not a Nintendo Switch game. This is a way to play the game on Nintendo game. Turns out this is treated as a test project. We are a game that younger developers in Namco. Damn, the Wii U was used. It's just never going to do this game. It's so generic and bland. It's just a second-rate pet project. Nintendo used to make it seem like the Wii U was getting legitimate third-party support. The Wii U has lost neighbors. You can take it anywhere. We also have heard being a port. Why did they put Mania out on Wii U? Horrible. In 2016, Super Meat Boy hit the system, which was a lovely surprise. Other versions because it has to come out. Licensing disputes up Steam World. It's unacceptable. I got something like an out title service like Amazon Luna was a big deal. That was not a like stop doing this. Minecraft was story mode, but obviously there was good games. This was all in the era of the Final Fire every like interactive drama games like Walking Dead, Batman, Kingdom Hearts, Borderlands. We didn't get any of those. They did get Minecraft story mode, just a magic art to help us sleep at night. Minecraft's for everybody. What's next? But it being the only Telltale game we got was character crossover by naming like be one of the biggest faces of crossovers. Hey, whoa! It was one of the biggest games of all time. We got it as a kid. We only got it Minecraft story mode. I don't care about it is what it is. I don't know what you have. It's actually secret to the original game. It makes it sound more like game party. It's a tough sort to follow. The original bundle mode. I love features just different dialogue and storyline enough to distinguish itself from the original. It's pretty much just harder meat and much. That will be dead for the rest of your life. But now 16 garbage. I think it was a travel thing from I don't know if it was an indie puzzle game Nintendo pushed hard. It was either this or Bobby Basket's I'd say Genesis released in 2016. The characters kept getting at it. Puzzles and tribute to old school handheld gaming. Other than that, releases on the Wii U shop were mostly relegated to releases. But the 3DS shop just added where Nintendo fans were spending their 2016. Questioning their fate. Nintendo Twilight Princess. Another loyal character in the TV shop. Nintendo replacement. My Nintendo. The flight has a title. My Nintendo is a piece of junk. Look at what happened to my Nintendo. There was a cancer patient in here this whole time. My Nintendo picked Cross Twilight Princess just a smaller unofficial title. We're coming to have Nintendo for 3 years. Thank you. Twilight Princess HD for Wii U just came out. So we'll get this to our most loyal fans. Yeah, Nintendo's got time to release this player. It's a fine, albeit pick Cross Twilight Princess art in it. And if that's not what you're interested in, Box really had nearly those out. The secret labels on I always wonder what happened. Box reveal knows that more of the same. To play San Andreas on the great 2 sets of boxes. Doesn't really feel like that warrants a sequel. There's just adding an ability to do that. I'm taking one away too. Box gets a limb cut off. Is that a magic? Especially unlike the hockey card, waves can just put game pretty solid. Horse racing is soft. Multiplayer pick moves to it. I love the energy of this game. It's silly dialogue just does not take itself seriously at all. Don't give one explanation of why these two things are combined here. They complement each other. The horse racing element makes playing solitaire more exciting. Solitaire makes horse racing more deeper in these two movies what'll make at least go together to talk about peanut butter. This all happened the day that Animal Crossing Direct Swap Doodle. Yep, this would have been the final first day of the game. That is a successful swap now. How did it take over a new Swap Doodle was pretty much just swap note again. But this time, Code found one drawing lessons in stationary verbs. What are you talking about? Call of Duty consists obviously what's the difference? Really strange to me how similar this is to the original app with only a couple of things altered. Especially after Mars, the initial controversy obviously affected Nintendo's decision making. Let's play a little game I like to call Who Gives a Shit? Time in which about to see many people saying they heavily got into this. Outside of those, the one, the only, Wii shop game. You know me, I'm down for anything. Other reasons with Ori collection America, pathetic. Check out almost unfortunate eShard has to be Wisdom Heaven Mega. I know America assumed when it's retail, which is ridiculous. Now, to celebrate, Mega Mix is a collection of updated approach. This game comes directly from here with Heaven Series. They did, remade and enhanced it all out in one title. So now it's a brand new graphics. Older content. It's all been retail. Everything fits together. The game from the DS go for monetized. There's presentation, standard widescreen package, a couple of new story modes, several presentations. This makes Mega Mix a lot more Jaguar, its own game. I spent all my money on your game. This is phenomenal. Way to put out a new entry in a series ever been really do well. So small one of the best, if not the best. Right after the nice Russian direct. I love games. I'm the opposite anyway. Now I have more space for packaging. Picross 3D was DS wildly inappropriate. Picture be able to pick up a game like that, but it was in general altering them documentaries that added dimension. Some tutorials more than one very addictive. Much more complicated. Fooling me. Version of Picross than an original. Just got out better with regards to 3DS. Why do I need the added part of the game life for Mega's experience? Everything feels so much smoother with more personality focused background, there are new twists, differently colored spots lay on the line, and they kept adding one of the best little puzzle games. With third party more, there's not enough content to play Destiny. There is only entertainment for just 30 minutes when eShop exclusive. Gurman 3 DS, Monsters Adventure, Fortnite game, and then base game for 2016. I hope you're looking forward to Box Boys next year. Thank God I made it. 2017, and here's the Nintendo Switch. Bye-bye Box for the 3DS. That's 365 days of valuable gaming. This is when we get 64 bye-bye Box Boys. More of the same. This was a little puzzle platform, but about it. It's fine, but my opinion of the original Box Boy is the exact same as any game that followed it. Tank Troopers by Nintendo is a basic tank game. Oh my God! I'm not putting online multiplayer in a 3DS eShop game in 2017. But with multiplayer being front and center here on the menu, it's part of this game's identity and the reason to exist. So why bother if you're not offering online? Though I will say the production values are exquisite for an eShop game. Full little 3D environment, voice acting, fun character design. It's a simple little game. Being a little game just really enough to get me and others to open the 3DS system. What the hell happened? Much like that the hell happened? This is a fast born of the game. Fighters Deluxe and Deep Drum and Dash Deluxe games go. These are two games based on sub here. No off-planar bubble box. Team Kirby Clash and we got teams to decide to run. You know, the free to start for the microtransactions hard in there. I mean, you're gonna make a standalone club 95% kind of nasty. This is horrible. For this, what it is, Kirby Clash Deluxe work fine. Maybe the game comprising of nothing but bosses horrendous. Advertising Kirby's really more interesting. I'm gonna say 4-second long Kirby 3D Rumble. 12 seconds. 3D Kirby game. Before they made the official jump with Kirby in the Forgotten Land on Nintendo Switch. No, this is way more basic, way more restricted, and way less fun. I love that guy transformed into enemies like most traditional Kirby. This is a waste of everybody's time. Reimagining the original Kirby Dreamland on Game Boy. They're gonna tail enemies or spit them out. They're in other whack-up combos where you pack on the right time and angle. But that's pretty much all this game is. Kirby level, defeating enemies. What do you know, my Wii just opened up. It's fun enough, but I'd say it's worth much more than $6. It's really too game's worth a damn, but I can't imagine the core gameplay loop being much fun for any longer than the game was. Those but then you have 3 games so forgettable Oh my Christmas Day! Stop going on! That was a good look ever revealed. And 11. You already have to go away during the 3DS generation. But why would say who's had bad games? Far from me. But it's a solid game. Because there's any right existing. And for a style of war, it's a simulation game. It's pretty damn that. It's just for such a niche casual game like this. Now Ben 10 putting it on the eShop really are special because still part of Nintendo styles at the fact this game can be this game target demographic. Surprisingly, you can buy it, but still too bad to the 3DS eShop to buy it for $40 because I respect you there. I'm just kind of curious to see those sales start. I'm sorry, Nintendo's contributions. Capcom came out with another Ace Attorney title. Being a 3DS game master of a power challenge. Not hugely bored or anything. Original game, so much on the screen, mini sprites, and a 3DS. Blaster Master Zero, which I was associated with Nintendo Switch shop, launched 7 day and date on the 3DS, which is pretty damn interesting. And Chicken Wiggle was one of the last major exclusive indie games on the system by the same developers, however, Zero Drifter. No, Pokemon Brilliant Building Mode. Really cool, but most disappointment in the sales of the title. Yeah, that stinks, but this is a 3DS exclusive in 2017. What could be worse than that? 2018. Dylan's Dead Heat Breakers. Where's Dylan game? Because like this one really ended here with so many questions left. It's actually a retail game in other retailers. Pretty cool to see the series get a bigger budget and push as a 3DS game in 2018. Oh, thank you for getting me that water. I'm constantly apparent how much more detail and care was put into this entry. It's still Dylan though. It is probably the best game in the whole series, but at the end of the day, it's still the hyper damn armadillo for 5 years ago. And that was two Pokemon on Nintendo Switch in 2017, but we got a 3DS version in February of 2018. The article says even weirder to play. I mean, it's pretty cool to see games associated with 3DS on this screen. Like PDH and 2019, we got Digital software on the PlayStation. Having this conversation, Lockdown I'm a little upset. There was a lot Rampage to play, and that's it. That area of the system of 3DS and some amazing memories of both of these family copies by the end of it. So I'm wrong, but he was using the same. Now, mostly a Pokemon fan. I'll tell you this, guys, we gotta go. I know who it's but it's anime. And that's being here because it wasn't accepted. Damn waste of time. It doesn't function. Multi-platform game. This will give us a look at Fire Emblem games. This isn't a problem. Just listen to me. Who would have validated by the Nintendo Wii? What is my shit? And then he decides to like Star Wars. It's a story good in the first place. What purpose does it have staying open? I don't think this was death by homicide. I think this was death by Nintendo wasn't more than every Pokemon trying to I just drive it oozing over the fact that the Divine Dragon War. Oh my god, Divine Dragon! I can't imagine. You got a coma or something. You got some more dedication. Nothing more. Citizens! I told him he should get stabbed. What? Why are there ghosts everywhere? What did you do? Let's get him! Nobody can shut the fuck up about Popeyes. I'm satisfied with this race. The Popeye game on the eShop this month. Riding over 800 megabytes. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I want to see the entire one game will be shot inside a brain is blob. Killed by the stork or you will. World War Z was Disney Classic Games Collection was re-released with more titles. Animal Crossing Archive Game is everything on So that's what we got here. Damn eShop's making PSP for full price.
And the Photo Trilogy definitive. I'm excited to play these games. Not only with improved controls and graphical analysis, but on the go via my Nintendo Switch. Away from those first two things,
We didn't care enough about the longest time.
Power was pretty much the same. Breakout hit over on Xbox Game Pass. I wish they went further. Really happy with the improvements. But oh my god, the performance is abysmal! Driving in San Andreas, the frame rate, frames are no problem running on Switch. Disoriented, glitches are abundant. It does actually permit and the fucking joke! Was it? This is ridiculous. Based on the mobile port, so why are they having such a hard time on this console? Well, just running out of stupid. Well, that's been the case for decades at this point. What about the one card I go throw Bob all these games here have this style. They don't care. Color. And it's been away on a lot of these games. My childhood game ran and felt so bad. And that is frankly unacceptable. Oh my god, those Bionicle Heroes on console. That was no other modern license to do. What the hell is all this? I'm not gonna go wild for a game like this these days. Worked on Switch Tales was a very messy Lego expansion. All these mobile and flash games. How many MMOs did they have? I was looking for a picture. All Lego respect in the world Lego Friends was on the DS. Big Brain Academy, Brain versus Brain. I was ready, okay? We'd agree. It's one of the most underrated titles on that console. It took simple visual brain users and turned them into a high-score-based party game. Playing single player was fun, but multiplayer was where it was at.
This has got to be what insanity is, right? I just went through so well in a competitive environment. You genuinely want to succeed to be later as chosen one,
as they know. So when Brain vs. Brain was announced for Switch with an emphasis on multiplayer, I was pumped. One of my favorite multiplayer games was back as something submitted into evidence. Okay, Big Brain Academy, Brain vs. Brain is okay. It's more Big Brain Academy, which is fun. No way I wouldn't talk about the release. Nothing here. Most of the mini games are taken right from Wii Degree, and frankly, there's not much to do here other than play each game until you get a high score worthy of a medal. You unlock accessories for your avatar, but this is yet another instance with modern casual Nintendo games where I have to ask, why not use the Miis? These little guys are cute, but they just can't capture how you look as well as a Mii can. The local multiplayer aspect is the worst part here. It's literally just one mode. You just play against the other person in the same brain teaser and see who wins. Well, it seems like anything you can go for is 5 matches. So, literally takes 10 minutes. We had a handful of different modes with all kinds of visual identities and quirks. There is one where you pick cards and try to win the set of games they challenge you with to claim that card on the board. And oh no, you got an expert difficulty one. That's interesting and fun in a party setting. There's so much more going on in Wii Degree, and to see the multiplayer modes dumbed down to the state they were in Brain vs. Brain, especially considering the title highlights the multiplayer aspect, it's a crime. I guess Brain vs. Brain is mainly referring to the online elements of the game, which doesn't have online multiplayer, rather, online ghosts to battle against. You connect to the internet and can face off against other people's scores and times, which is a smart idea, especially considering you don't have to be playing at the same time to face off against somebody. The problem is, that's the only thing this game really does. Outside of playing against online ghosts, there's nothing really new here. Nothing to keep you playing outside of unlocking cosmetics for your doodle. The games are almost all directly ripped from the Wii game. Local multiplayer is so basic and uninteresting, and while it can be increased to 4 players, they needed to have so much more here to win me over. It only retailed for $30, which does make this less really lame. And I did have fun playing through all the games, trying to get medals for all of them, but in the end, while Brain vs. Brain isn't bad, it's very obviously a product done with very little passion as an experiment to see if more Wii and DS era games have a home on Switch. I mean, it worked. The game sold pretty well, all things considered. But, man, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm nostalgia blind. But doesn't this game look so much more compelling? Brain vs. Brain is serviceable, though very disappointing. You know what else released on the same day? No wonder it got scared away. Disney Magical World 2 Enchanted Edition, the most obvious 3DS game to port to Switch. Playing this one for an hour, my lord! This is a life simulation game akin to Animal
Animal Crossing, but nothing like it. They hold your hand so damn much, which for a life simulator where the entire point is to live your life your way, to force you to do things their way like this, even if it is for kids and you want to make sure they understand how to play, this is undeniably frustrating and a massive bore. Like, if they ported this to Switch because Animal Crossing did so well, remind me of that scene where Tom Nook forced you to follow him to the next area by slowly waltzing over there for a minute straight, and also he was a rat. This is obviously for very young Disney fans. It's polished, I'll give it that. It's just not enjoyable. In most cases, I just go with Animal Crossing. In some cases, I would make do. Danganronpa Decadence brought the Danganronpa series to Switch, which has been a long time coming since the game's debut over here on the PlayStation Vita. Though the first two games were actually on the PSP, originally in Japan only, and it's great to see how widely available this series has gotten after being banished to the PSP and Vita for so long. Well, now the entire franchise is available on Switch, and then some, with a portion from the third game being expanded into a special extra standalone adventure, Danganronpa S. It's definitely cool to finally have these games on the platform, as unnecessary, very consistent requests from players. So now I don't have any excuses not to play them.
So much fun to look at. But that's where this game differs the most from the original. Make no mistake, this is basically the exact same thing as before. The game plays identically, which isn't a bad thing. Return to Dreamland was always very easy and simple, but never mindless. The level design, while nothing jaw-dropping, is very smart. It's greatly balanced to be accessible for newcomers, yet engaging
Monster
for
Rancher
veterans,
1 and
which is
2
more than I can say
DX.
about
Wasn't
Kirby
the main
Star
gimmick of these
Allies,
games putting a
see?
CD
But we
in your
haven't even mentioned
PlayStation
the
to make a
addition of
monster out of your
Merry
music?
Magoland,
Now on
which
Nintendo
contains
Switch,
so
you have
many
to search
fully
for
remade
predetermined
minigames from
CDs
throughout the
online to
series'
use
history.
to create
The
monsters.
Magolor epilogue, the brand new
Well, that
copy abilities
stinks.
included,
Life
which
is
are
Strange,
just
True
kinda here to fill out
Colors,
the back
Shovel
of the
Knight
box, but
Pocket Dungeon,
still,
Loop Hero,
Return to
Chicory, A
Dreamland
Colorful
Deluxe
Tale.
took a game
A bit of a
I found to
slower
be
month,
solid,
but
yet
after
pretty
October,
run-of-the-mill
November,
and forgettable,
that's definitely to be
and turned it
expected.
into,
Though we got some
honestly,
news in
one
the
of
form
the
of an
best
Indie World
Kirby
presentation
games.
detailing
It's
some new
so
indie stuff.
polished,
No
featuring
massive
a good
announcements though.
campaign
The Game
with
Awards
tons of
2021
action
happened.
activities
I
surrounding
think we
it,
all know that,
and
considering everybody
genuinely,
yawned at
Kirby's
once.
Return to Dreamland
There's no way you could have missed that.
that's
This was
why
one of
it's
their
called
weakest
that.
shows, and that's not
When it
even
comes to
considering the lack of a
third-party,
Nintendo
Square Enix
announcement.
had
Though
a
Metroid Dread did
damn
win
busy
Best Action
month here.
Adventure Game, and
Octopath
of course the
Traveler
president
2,
of
the
Nintendo
original
of
Final
America
Bar
accepted
Line,
the award
and
by
Life is
selling us on
Strange 2.
Metroid Dread, saying, "Oh,
And
Metroid
with
Dread is the
that,
ultimate
all
2D
the Life
Metro
is
game."
Strange
Like,
games
God,
announced for Nintendo
have the
Switch
actual
2 years ago
development team
are
accept the
finally
award.
available.
The next
When did
mainline
they stop
Sonic
caring?
game was shown
Before they
there,
were
though,
announced
after
for
being
Nintendo
teased months
Switch.
ago, titled
Octopath
Sonic Frontiers,
Traveler
an
2 was their big
open-world
release.
Sonic the
Could you tell by
Hedgehog
the
game.
marketing?
It's coming to Nintendo Switch, which I'm definitely
see as
hesitant
many
about
people
considering
discussing
the
this
apparent
one. I
scope
think
of the
what made
game.
Octopath
I'm
1
intrigued for
stand
sure.
out
The
was the
trailer
fact
showed
that it
very
stood
little
out. So after
Sonic-related
years of
scenery.
classic
It looks like
RPGs,
any other
especially with
lush
this art
open
style,
world.
I
However,
can
I'm
understand
cautiously
why Octopath
optimistic.
2
They hired
struggled
Ian
a bit
Flynn,
out
who
the
has written
gate.
for the Sonic
Plus,
comics
this one
for
wasn't
years, which
published by
tells me this
Nintendo like
game may
the
have a
other
more
HD
intriguing
games.
concept,
This
plot,
one
and
launched
characters
on
compared to the norm for
PlayStation,
Sonic as of
PC,
late.
and
The
date,
fact they're
and
willing to
it's
do
still
something this
sold less
risky
than
with Sonic
Octopath
rather than
1.
go
And
with
it's
what
a
works like
shame
a
because
Sonic
from what
Mania
I've played,
sequel
it's much
terrifies
better
or
than the
annoys me,
original.
but I have to
More
give them some
engaging.
credit for doing
But if
something
I
with this
want
much
to be as
potential. There have
engaged
been a
as
few Sonic
possible with
fan
the game
games
this
with
month,
large open
there's only
environments,
one
and they've
Square
shown that if
Enix
it's done
game for
right,
me.
it can be
Theater
something
Rhythm
special. I'm
Final
all in.
Bar
Paper
Line.
Mario and a few
God
Genesis games
damn.
were added to the
Basically,
NSO
a Final
expansion
Fantasy
pack, with
rhythm
Paper
game
Mario having a
started on the
game-breaking
3DS,
bug
with this
included.
release being
At least we
relatively
got Altered
further
Beast!
possible you
And the
could take
GoldenEye
this
rumors
concept at the
wouldn't
moment.
stop
Nearly
this month.
400
It
tracks,
may have
not
been a lighter
including
month
the
for
DLC,
releases,
bringing the
but
total to
there was
over
definitely enough going
500.
on,
It's
especially
easy
for
to
Paper
see
Mario
why the
players.
developers
New
think this is
year?
the last
No
in the
sh-
series,
Very
and not
slow
because
month,
they don't
all
wanna
things
make
considered.
more. Rather,
A few pieces
what
of
the
news
hell
and
else are
just
you
a few
gonna
major
do?
releases.
Follow
Though we
Rock
did finally
Band?
get Windjammers
Somebody
2. That's
wasn't
been
a
announced for
diehard
God
Final
knows how
Fantasy
long.
nut.
SNK versus
Definitely
Capcom
not
Card
the
Fighters
beating
Clash
world's
from the
biggest
Neo Geo
fan
Pocket
of
Color
Theater
got a
Rhythm.
re-release,
That's
which is
right,
pretty
I'm
awesome.
their biggest
I love
absolutely
obscenely obscure games getting
incredible
involved like
game
that.
here.
But
It's so
obviously,
much fun
the
to play
main
through
course for
each and every
January
song, and
was
the
the
controls
launch
make it
of
feel like you're
Pokemon
conducting
Legends
an orchestra.
Arceus.
And
This
while
was a
many
big
may prefer
deal,
the
a brand new
touchscreen,
style of
I
Pokemon
really love
game
using
that
the
wasn't a
buttons.
spin-off.
It's just
This was
so
developed by Game
satisfying to
Freak. It's a
flip
part of
the
the main
sticks at the
series, and
right
it looked
time. On to some of the
modernized,
greatest music
breaking free
in
of many
all of
Pokemon
gaming.
conventions
This
to deliver a
is an
truly new
incredible
experience
release.
that, at its core, still
then what
delivers
does that
most
make
of the
this?
fundamentals you'd expect from a mainline
Not
Pokemon
Tales
game.
of Symphonia
And this
Remastered,
obviously all
probably
worked, as
the
Legends Arceus
worst
sold
release the
nearly
game has ever
7
seen.
million
It
units
runs like
within
piss
a
and
week.
barely
The
changes
game received high scores across the board, with many
Sure.
fans wanting
After I
this to
finish my
become
daily
the
routine.
formula for
I hate
Pokemon
you.
moving
Now, there was
But what if
far
you don't like
more to this
Pokemon?
month, but before we get to
Well, then
that,
you're a Pokemon
we gotta
fan.
go over
Or
the Nintendo
you're me,
Direct
somebody who
streamed on
continues to buy
February
these
8th.
games and continues to
Things off
complain
with
about
the
them.
Big
So a
gameplay
Pokemon
reveal
fan.
trailer.
I think the best word to describe
for
Legends
Pikmin
Arceus
4.
is
You know, with this game
potential.
first being
This is a
talked
great
about
step
so
forward for the
soon after
Pokemon
Pikmin
series,
3's
with release,
loads of new ideas and
going to be
repurposing old ideas in new contexts.
10
It's
years later,
exactly
thank
what
God
the
it
franchise
wasn't.
needed.
You can clearly
But
see where that
it's
timeline
not perfect.
has.
Obviously, the main complaint is with the graphics.
new
Now,
ideas.
The art design is fine.
Ice
I love the
Pikmin,
user
night
interface
exploration,
and overall presentation.
a whole
with
ass
the text.
dog, none of this
It's really
half-dog
quite lovely outside
Well,
of
it's
everything
just
else.
so
It's just really
good.
pixelated and
Exactly
choppy
what
looking
Pikmin
with
4
overly
needs to be,
simplistic architecture and
especially
terrain.
after all
The
these
Nintendo Switch's
years, and with the
power and
release
the
date
amount
of
of time they
July
likely had to
21st
make this
locked
game,
in,
along with Game Freak's
wouldn't
lack
have
of
to wait
experience
much
with HD
longer.
games on the
Seems like
scale
we
of
have a
this,
pretty damn
definitely
good
all added to
direct
why
on
this
our
game looks
hands.
as it
I mean,
does.
this sandwich
Though
looks
in action,
unbelievable.
while you're
I can't
playing the
wait to
game,
dig into
most
the
of these
middle.
issues
The
kind
core
fade
of this
into the
direct was
background as
pretty
the core
weak,
gameplay is
honestly.
engaging enough to distract you from the
Amigo
visuals
Party
most
Central,
of the time.
Ghost
The
Trick,
gameplay
Deca
definitely isn't
Police, We
perfect
Love
though,
Katamari
with an
Reroll,
incredibly
all cool
boring
games,
first bit of the
but
game
it's
being
all
overly
bogged down by
tutorialized.
just
Though
a
that's
bunch of
fair considering this is a
nothing
brand new thing for
announcements.
Pokemon.
What,
But it's pretty
Splatoon
fun to
3
roam around
DLC
these
is
worlds
the
and
hub
just
from
throw
the
a
first
Pokeball at the
game?
Pokemon
This
to
is like one
capture
of the
it. Time
lamest
hasn't
pieces
wasted
of
nearly as
paid
much as
DLC
it is in
Nintendo's
standard
ever
games.
announced.
The story
Tron
is interesting,
Identity
the
is just a
battling,
damn
when it happens,
visual
is
novel.
far more gripping
Advance
and
Wars
fun.
1
I'm
Plus
not sure
2
if this
gets a
is
finalized
full-blown
release date
confirmed
after
to me
a
yet,
whole
though.
year.
I've never been really
Like,
that
all
compelled
of
to
this
keep
is
playing it.
fine,
Like I
but
said,
nothing
with
to
another
really
entry or
sink
two
your
like
teeth
this,
into.
things
And
might
then
change.
it
This is a
happened.
great foundation to base new
A
games off of.
7th version of
And while it didn't
Pac-Man,
hook me, I
motherfucker!
was
Game
impressed
Boy
and
games on
can't wait to see
Nintendo
what's
Switch
to come for
Online.
the future.
Plus, Game Boy
Pokemon, what
Advance
the
on
f
Nintendo
is
Switch Online
this?
Plus
Yes,
expansion
the
pack.
Kingdom
But
Hearts
let's
series
pause the Nintendo
finally
Direct
came to
and
Nintendo
dive
Switch
into
this
these
month
because
as
both
Kingdom
launched
Hearts
that
Enneagram
exact
Masterpiece
day.
for Cloud.
When it originally
Well,
launched
good
in
for you,
2018,
honey.
Nintendo Switch
Enneagram
Online
Masterpiece is
was
just the
a
bullshit
joke.
name Square
I mean,
Enix used
piss
for
poor
buying the
online
bundle of
multiplayer
everything.
performance, and
But
they
you
thought
could
a
buy each
few
game
random
individually.
SNES
Cloud
games would
versions
make
for
it worth
games like
$20
Control,
a year.
Hitman 3, Dying Light
Technically, yes, it
2,
wasn't the
Guardians
worst
of the
deal. All these games
Galaxy.
for $5 a pop
I'm
on
not a
previous
fan,
systems,
but
I
I
wasn't
get it, you
happy
know?
about
These are
it.
games that run on
However, while it's
Xbox One
been a
and
slow
PS4 and aren't
process,
going to
all of the
obviously
game
be
editions
slam
throughout
dunk
the
hits on a
Super
Nintendo
Nintendo
platform.
titles,
So to
plus
bring
the
Switch owners a
actual
method of playing these
improvements
games they
Nintendo's
wouldn't
made to
normally
their
get,
online
I
multiplayer
understand.
quality
It's not fun,
turned
but it
things
makes
around
sense. Half of the
significantly.
Kingdom
I mean,
Hearts
you get
games
nearly
were on
200
Nintendo
retro games
platforms,
for
most of
$20
which
a
were
year, and many of them
exclusive.
are some
Hell,
of the
Melody of
all-time
Memory came out for
greats.
Nintendo
You
Switch
can't
just
beat
1 year
that.
prior.
Supposedly
This isn't
you
an
can.
issue of,
But
oh, well,
I
these games
have
wouldn't run on
absolutely
Switch.
no problem
1.5
spending
and
that amount
2.5
considering
remakes were
what I get.
PS3
So,
games.
after a while,
2.8 is
after
a
you admit
re-release
it,
of
this game
Kingdom Hearts
awful quiet
3D
around
Dream
here
Drop
without
Distance,
something
a
to bitch
3DS
about.
game.
God.
Kingdom
Nintendo
Hearts
Switch
3 is the
Online
only
plus
one I would
expansion
understand
pack
being
for
a cloud version.
$50
But even
a year.
then,
We
I
got
think it would be
N64,
more than
Sega
worth it to
Genesis,
invest in a
and
port.
access
And
to
on
certain
top of
DLC for
all
some
of
games,
this,
and for over
it
twice the price
runs
of the
like
base tier, it's worth
piss.
it.
Square
However,
Enix has
once
made
again,
numerous
over
questionable
time, with
decisions
more
throughout
and
the
more
past year.
games being
This
added
definitely
and
being
benefits
one of them.
included,
I
I'd
feel
say
that
the
this was
expansion
cobbled
pack was
together to have the
barely
Kingdom Hearts
worth
games
it.
playable
I
on
don't think
Switch
the
in
Sega
some
Genesis
form
games had
quickly
much
after
value
Sword
at
became
all.
playable
The
in
DLC
Smash Brothers.
depends on if
But
you
to
own
think
their
they didn't
respective
already have
games,
these
and
games in
N64
development
doesn't
for
have
Switch
the
prior
deepest
is
library, so it's not like they can
mind-boggling to
keep
me.
updating
You
this lineup like
just
they could
thought
with
about
NES
making
or
these
SNES.
playable on this console
And
within the
even
past
then,
year,
additions to
and you
those systems
still
have
couldn't get the
undeniably
cloud
sparse
versions of these
since
games
the
out
introduction
within
of
a
the
month
expansion
of
pack.
Sora's
So
inclusion
the
in
introduction of
Smash?
Game Boy and
This
Game Boy
entire
Advance
debacle is
turns Nintendo
ridiculous
Switch
to me.
Online
It shows that Square
into
Enix would rather do
honestly
something
one
half-assed
of
for some
the
money
best
than
gaming
do it right
subscription
for
service
more.
deals
Assassin's
out
Creed: The
there.
Ezio
Though,
Collection
gotta
released
be
this month,
honest, the
thankfully not
expansion
cloud-based,
pack still
alongside
feels
River
odd.
City
I
Girls
mean,
Zero,
it is
a
sweet,
localized version of
but
an old
making
River
that
City game on
$50
Super
a year
Famicom
while
that never released here
SNES
that
is
eventually led to
20
River City
when so
Girls
much of
in
the Game Boy Advance
2019, which
library
is
is
really cool to see. And Puzzle
worth
and Dragons
40 at
Nintendo
most.
Switch Edition
I mean,
topped
it's a
off the
similar
month. A
situation
light
with the
month for
Genesis
those looking
being
not
here
to
as well.
bitch. It was
Like,
all
is
about the
this
news this
time
more
around.
valuable than
Nintendo Switch
SNES
surpassed the
in
Wii
the
in
base
sales,
tier.
selling
That
over
20
103
years
million
taken you
units.
damn
Absolutely
far,
insane.
especially with
It's
Game
crazy to
Boys
think about
included.
because the Wii
At
was
launch, we got
huge back in the day.
Game
News
Boy
reports,
and
word of
Game Boy
mouth,
Color
it all added to
games.
the Wii
And
being as
Nintendo
popular as it was.
considered these to be the
However,
same
that
system.
popularity
It's why
felt
they're
more
not
like it was
invited to
due to it
Thanksgiving
being
this year.
a
Really
fad.
cool to
Like,
see.
everybody had to have it because it was the new
Randomly
big
alone in
thing.
the dark
The
of a
Nintendo
noon
Switch
night.
doesn't feel like
I've
that.
said it
It feels
before,
more like a
but
smartphone
even
or a
if Game Boy
tablet in
games
the
don't
sense that
age as
everybody
well,
eventually goes,
I find trying
yeah,
them
I'll
out
get that
way
soon.
more
People
interesting
want a
than
Nintendo
NES or
Switch to
SNES
play games
games
they
because
want to
these
play,
haven't
rather
been
than
re-released as
because
much.
everybody
There's
wants a
some
Nintendo
cool
Switch, which I
novelties
think
that
not only is the reason it
better
surpassed the
than you may
Wii,
think
but may
sometimes.
eventually
The
become
lineup here
the most
includes some
popular
of the
game system
best the
of
handheld
all
had to
time.
offer.
That and the
Mario
Batman
Land
Arkham
2,
Collection was
Kirby's
rumored this
Dream
month.
Land,
So
Game & Watch
that's
Gallery
why the
3,
Switch hasn't
Wario
sold
Land
400
3,
mil.
Metroid
The big
2,
thing this month,
Gargoyle's
though,
Quest,
was
Link's
the
Awakening
Nintendo Direct on
DX,
February
and the
9th.
emulation
First thing
quality
announced was
is
Fire Emblem
sublime.
Warriors
These
3
games
Hopes,
look and
a
play
successor to both
great.
Fire Emblem Warriors from 2017
Color
and Fire
is
Emblem
far
3
less
Houses from
saturated than I'm used
2019.
to.
Definitely following the format of Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity being a follow-up to both Hyrule Warriors and Breath of the Wild. Gotta be honest, after so many Warriors crossover titles recently, especially on Nintendo platforms, the last thing I really wanted was another Fire Emblem Warriors. Sure, the original was disappointing and this could be much better, but I'd rather see a completely new series get the Warriors treatment. Xenoblade would fit well. I mean, cool, it'll be a quality title, but not exciting in the slightest. I've seen nobody talk about this game. It was one of the most forgettable announcements in the Direct. No Man's Sky was announced for Nintendo Switch, which bravo for getting it to run. I'm happy to get more stuff like this on the Switch, though. How about getting excited and being impressed with some of these games on the platform? If this was 2018, this port would have been incredible. Now it's just like, sure, Mario Strikers Battle League. Where's Golden Sun? Super fun to have this series back, but man, this reveal made this game look like another Mario Golf Super Rush with the lack of content. Like, I'm not seeing much here other than this just being more Mario Strikers, which is cool. But for this series being wait for 10 plus years, it doesn't feel like it's grown much at all since then. Not saying it had to, but I just feel like there's so much more you can do to evolve Mario Strikers, and this just looks like Mario Strikers on Switch. It's awesome to have it back, but the trailer here did raise some concerns of mine on the amount of content in the game and how much new is being done here. Splatoon 3's Salmon Run mode, my god, like they just keep showing this game in the worst way. This just looks like Salmon Run. Oh man, new enemies. This too just looks like Salmon Run. I'm sorry, a sequel doesn't have to change everything. That's not what I'm asking for. These are all I understand core Splatoon fans can find a lot new and a lot different with these modes, but for a casual fan such as myself, yes, I can tell this has been updated.
So happy
it hasn't been
these are
updated
finally
enough to
available
excite
on
me
this
personally.
platform.
The new bosses and mechanics like being able to throw eggs are fine. I see no reason to dislike them, so I'll say sure, I like them. But this was a very odd trailer to show off overall. I want to see more of Splatoon 3 being Splatoon 3. It doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, more so show me something that, as a casual fan, I can't already do in Splatoon 2, which I can play on my Switch right now. I probably said something fucking stupid there. A remake of Front Mission by Forever Entertainment, the studio who did the Panzer Dragoon remake, which got so reviews. Listen, Forever Entertainment may be a B-grade remaster studio, but there's no reason these games are even coming back. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be talking about Panzer Dragoon or House of the Dead. So even if they could be better, I think they're passable, and Front Mission seems to look pretty good. Chrono Cross, Kirby and the Forgotten Land with mouthful mode, MLB The Show, Klonoa remakes, a Portal collection, Live Alive, a Japanese-only RPG from the Super Famicom coming over in the form of an HD 2D remake, looking just like Triangle Strategy and Octopath Traveler. Listen, I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, but this game looks really good. The concept is really cool of setting main characters across different time periods. Live Alive, holy shit! What the is that? So, Nintendo Switch Sports, a follow-up to Wii Sports. Where do I begin? Oh, it's really cool Nintendo's doing this. I mean, everybody loves Wii Sports. This right here is the whole kit and caboodle. My lord! Bowling or something. It's definitely welcome. Though, I feel like with this game, there's a lot of identity issues. The Mii's are no longer the stars. Bring in the sports mates. It's not like the Mii's are like, oh my god, these perfect creatures. But for what Wii Sports is, they were perfect creatures for that. They're cartoony and unbelievably simple, yet everybody can make a Mii that looks like that. I cannot say the same about the sports mates at all. All their eyes are the same. There's only like a handful of hairstyles. It's not that their designs are bad. They look fine as characters. But as avatars, they're horrible. They're obviously not meant to represent you or me, because they all look the damn same. They're just painfully corporate-friendly feeling. These are characters you'd see in an HR pamphlet. You can still play as your Mii's, but they're obviously an afterthought. The sports mates are the only thing shown on the box and in advertising. It's just weird. And the sports they chose, tennis, volleyball, badminton, they're all too similar. Not that they're the same, but when you have to pick a collection of 6 different sports, why the hell would you pick these 3? They're all net-based sports, and visually, they look too similar. Bowling is great to have. Chambro, which was sort of playing Wii Sports Resort, is cool to have alongside soccer for the first time, with golf coming as a free update, which was included at launch in Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort and Wii Sports Club. Why is this not done already? They held an online playtest this month that anybody could sign up for, that they also forbade anybody talking about. So I won't say anything about my experiences, but some lunatic on my street was running around and shouting random stuff last night.
They did show off some new stuff like these vehicles, but that's all I really retained from this. These 2 shots. And I just thought, well, that's cool. I mean, it may not be worth
I hope we get more sports in the future, but at the time, this was a conflicting announcement for me that I was excited for, but also very concerned about at the same time. Metroid Dread gets a free update with new difficulty options and a boss rush. Earthbound and Earthbound Beginnings are added to NSO. God, I'm tired of them dangling Earthbound in front of us like this. You know how beloved this series is. Something like putting the games on NSO requires very little effort. Don't act like we should be thanking you for this. Actually do something with the franchise. Make a new game, a remake, bring the 3rd game outside of Japan. anything. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe gets DLC.
Son of a bitch.
So, 48 remastered courses from across the series are heading to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Why? Because Nintendo hates me. Now, let's get this out of the way.
A Nintendo fan,
courses look
want
noticeably less
more
detailed than the courses in the
which
base
is what this
game.
year the
Obviously,
Nintendo
this is
Switch
because
felt
they're
like.
reusing
It was very
assets
much
from
a
the mobile
ho-hum
game Mario
period for
Kart
the
Tour.
system.
In fact,
Some
many
solid
have pointed out
releases, though,
similarities to
nothing
tour versions of the
console-defining.
tracks.
Though,
These are
unfortunately,
basically
we
polished
also
mobile
got
game
some of the
courses.
most infamous titles the Switch had ever seen.
Though it is
Very
underwhelming.
controversial
However,
games to
numerous
discuss,
people complain
which
how
made me
so
question
much
my
cool
faithfulness
stuff
as a
was being
fan.
added to Mario Kart Tour.
And my
I
own
wish that
funny
stuff
little
was in
made-up
Mario Kart 8
language, that
Deluxe.
means yum,
So
yum,
that
yum,
when
time
Nintendo
to
actually
bitch.
does
You
that,
can
then they're
definitely tell
stupid,
we're
and dumb.
slowly
It's
easing out of
okay
the
to be
Switch
excited.
generation at
It's
this
also okay to be
point.
underwhelmed and
Even
annoyed
if
at the
what came
decision.
after
Nobody's
February
right and
2023
nobody's
was
wrong.
non-stop
Nobody's
major
nitpicking for
releases.
thinking this is a bit
We're
lame.
definitely
These are
nearing
mobile
the
game
end
phone
here,
tracks
which
ported
is
to an
wild
HD
to
console.
think about.
But nobody's
Doesn't
being a
feel
sheep
that
for
long
liking
ago
this
this
either.
thing
These
made
tracks
its
are all
debut,
labeled as
but turns out
remastered tracks from across the
it's
series.
one of the
and that's
longest
exactly what they
lasting
are.
Nintendo
So what have they
systems at
been in
this
a mobile
point?
game?
And
me personally,
rightfully so. I mean,
about
this
getting
year was one of the
48
Switch's
new
lamest
tracks
in my
for an
opinion,
MK8 for only
and it still had 2 hours of junk to
included
talk
as a part of the
about.
NSO
amount of
expansion pack,
content
which
hitting this
that
system
definitely increased the
is
value right there.
unprecedented.
Definitely
I
points
do
to
definitely
criticism
miss
with
the
these tracks.
growing pains
But I
era
think
of the
having
system.
48 of them and
It
more
was
Mario
also
Kart content
exciting.
in
The
general
system was so
is
fresh.
to warrant picking the DLC
But I
up.
can't
Xenoblade
possibly
Chronicles
undermine
3.
the
Oh god, I hope there's new
Switch's
user
success
profile
and the
icons to talk
output
about
of
and
content
bingo!
this late into the game,
After 2 hours of
especially
babbling, I
compared
come
to the
the conclusion
competition.
of
You're lucky if
it's been
Sony and
quite a ride
Microsoft
for the
put out
past
a
5 years.
fraction
I'm
of the
always
amount of
going to
games
eagerly
Nintendo does
anticipate Nintendo's next
combined.
move with the
I
system,
think I'm just
or
ready for that
any system
next
for that
thing,
matter.
that's all.
For me personally,
this thing has
it's
served
getting
us well
harder
for
and
nearly
harder for me
half
to
a
be excited
decade.
for the Switch.
I think
And that's
we
to
all
be
need
expected with
something
game
new,
consoles.
and
You're not going to be as excited about the
we're gonna
thing as
get.
you were in the first few years of its life. However, I feel like a lot of that modern gaming funk that we, as Nintendo fans, were so proud of not being involved with years ago, like microtransactions and a focus on online multiplayer, has kind of overtaken the Switch in many ways. I feel a distinct lack of true Nintendo in-house software on the platform lately. You know, games that are developed specifically by Nintendo rather than just published by them. And many times the content that is developed by Nintendo is lacking in content in of itself. So many games are releasing with just not enough meat on the bones, and it's just not an enjoyable experience. And then third-party support, I mean, there's not much to say about it other than it's nice this old game is coming to Switch, because that's all that's happening. It's just old games releasing on Switch. So I guess I'm just a little tired of how things are going right now. And it's not that I'm saying they're bad. I mean, looking at sales numbers, it's obviously not true. But I guess I'm just coming into the state of, oh, that game's coming out, rather than, oh, hell yeah, that game's coming out. In conclusion, happy 5-year anniversary to me f***ing up.